It's 9:05. This morning, both Chair Alam and Vice Chair Dr. Lee will not be in attendance. In accordance with our rules and procedures, we need to elect a temporary chair for today's meeting. I will now open the floor for nominations for a temporary chair.
I would like to nominate Commissioner Wendy Jacobs to be our temporary chair.
Second.
Commissioner Jacobs has been nominated as the temporary chair for today's meeting. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, we will now proceed to a vote for the nomination of Commissioner Jacobs as today's chair. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Commissioner Jacobs has been elected as today's temporary chair, and we will now preside over today's meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our third budget work session. And I'll pass it over to the county manager for a few comments.
Good morning, everyone. We're glad that you're with us and are excited about today's conversations. We will start off with the public schools, followed by human service-related conversations from public health, an opioid discussion, the Department of Social Services, and then a conversation with the Durham County Alcohol Beverage Control Board. There were a series of questions asked by commissioners. We are in process of getting that information back to everyone. As presenters share today, you may hear some of those responses, but do know by next week we will have those items wrapped up. So I just wanted to manage expectations on how the discussions will flow. And we will now invite Durham Public Schools for a conversation.
Welcome, Superintendent Lewis, and welcome to your team. I will let you introduce everyone who's with you today.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's certainly a pleasure to be with you this morning, and I appreciate the opportunity to have a conversation as it relates to Durham Public Schools budget and the support that, the amazing support that the county provides us. Again, Anthony Lewis, Superintendent, Durham Public Schools, and I'll let my team members introduce themselves.
Good morning, Jeremy Teeter, Chief Finance Officer.
Good morning, Nicholas King, Deputy Superintendent for Academic and Leadership Services.
Tanya Giovanni, Deputy Superintendent for Administrative, Legal, and Compliance Services.
Welcome, everyone.
Thank you. And in the audience with us, we do have Board Chair Rogers, Board Member Byers. We also have Crystal Rogers. Vice Chair Carter Otten has come in. Crystal Roberts from our Office of Public Affairs, and our Interim Chief Operations Officer, Ken Barnes. Thank you. Okay, again, it's certainly a great opportunity to speak with you today. This is it seems like years, but 10 months being here in Durham. And many of you know, once I arrived, I set out on a mission to talk to as many people as possible in the community, both internal DPS community members, external community members, just to understand the full picture of Durham Public Schools before charting a path forward. And so a part of that entry plan that I released was a series of listening and learning sessions. And the goal of that was to gather large numbers of people in a room to just hear from them, and we asked them 5 questions. And one of those questions that we did ask them was, and this was back in August, given our budget constraints, what should be our priorities moving forward? And we were pleased with the turnout at those sessions, and compiled all of the data from the attendees in person, as well as administering an online community survey to get some feedback. And so I just want to share a real high level of some of the feedback that we received that helps us kind of chart our path forward as it relates to this budget as well. And so as a result of the first 100 days, there are 13 immediate priorities for Durham Public Schools that were noted. Certainly won't go into all of these, but as you can see, one of those was rebuilding trust within the community, and that was something that was near and dear to us and still is, in terms of making sure that we are being fiscally responsible in an effort to continue to rebuild that trust within our community. During that time, there was also some transportation challenges, and simply put, folks just said fix transportation issues. Right under that is increasing financial transparency and accountability. Jeremy Teeter, our current CFO, joined us in November, came in and immediately hit the ground running and racing and uncovering things and bringing things to our attention. And as soon as we were in a good place, that we were able to share with the community just at that time where we were financially, we immediately called a press conference, again, in an effort to ensure that we are rebuilding trust with the community and increasing our financial transparency in terms of some of the things that he discovered, and he'll go in detail in some of those in just a moment. Next slide. Oh, you have it. Okay. One of those items that we also heard was support for teachers and staff. We cannot do this work without our amazing teachers and staff in our buildings. And one of the ways we do that is making sure that we are investing in them, making sure that we are listening to them, and supporting our teachers and staff. I often tell people that retention is the new recruitment, and so ensuring that we are addressing their workload reductions, compensation and retention, the differential pay for those hard to fill positions like EC positions, and what was uncovered in the fall, bus drivers was a hard to fill position in the fall, and we're still feverishly working towards ensuring that all of our routes are full. And then advocating for local and state funding, and that's one of the reasons we're here today, to advocate for local funding, as well as this community supporting us and advocating for state funding. Next slide. Oh. We also heard improve our school facilities. The average age of our school buildings is about 59 years old, and there's a tremendous amount of work. We shared with our board and the community at a recent board meeting that we're looking at close to $900 million in terms of investing in our schools where they need to be. When I first got here and was able to tour Murray Massingburg, I walked out of that building, and many of you were in that building as well. I walked out of that building and said, this is the experience we should have for all of our children. Not saying that every building should be brand new, it'd be nice, but in terms of the investment in our buildings, that's something that we'll continue to work on. Security enhancements came out of this particular priority as well. We're preparing our facilities. Just in my short 10 months, what I've observed is that things break and then we fix. So it's like break and fix. And so moving to a standpoint where we have a capital improvement plan where we're able to put schools on cycles. For example, we know that HVAC system lasts about 7 to 10 years. And so how can we put schools on rotational cycles that we know that we're being preventative and more instead of reactive? And that's part of that long-term facilities planning process. Next slide. And then again, fixed transportation issues. One of the things we know is that for some of our students, the first adult interaction that they see is our bus drivers, and sometimes the last interaction that they see with an adult is sometimes our bus drivers. And we cannot overstate the importance of our bus drivers and safety assistants that are riding those buses as well. And so in this budget proposal, which Jeremy will share as well, you will see, probably have noted, an investment in our bus drivers. I will say a highlight: since January, we have been able to secure 40 additional bus drivers for Durham Public Schools. And so we want to continue to address those transportation issues from a staffing standpoint, from route optimizations, and then also just creating that culture and listening to our transportation staffs in terms of some things that they're sharing with us that will assist with retaining them as well. Next slide. In addition to the listening and learning sessions, we also engaged the community around our budget. We added additional hearing. I think this was the first time we've done two budget hearings this time. We also launched a community online forum. But before we did that, one of the things we noted during the listening and learning sessions that there was an opportunity for us to continue to educate our district staff, our community members on Durham Public Schools finance and North Carolina school finance, which is a lot different than your business budget or your home budget. And so we released a series of dollars and decisions in an effort to continue to educate our community and remind our community on how school districts get their funding and where those funding sources go. One of the highlights of those dollars and decisions was one of our scholars. We have a bank, many of you may know or may not know, we have a bank at Hillside High School. And the president of that bank, student president of that bank, had an amazing opportunity to interview Jeremy Teeter and just ask some phenomenal questions. I think she even kind of went off script as well because she was just that engaged in this process. But the purpose of that was twofold. One, to make sure that our students have some level of involvement in our school budget, but also when Jeremy was responding to those questions, responding in a way that if a high school student can understand it, then most of our community can understand our budget process as well. So just some highlights from that online survey that we took. I won't read all this to you, but this was just pretty much a summary of what the community was sharing with us. And you will see they closely align with some of the priorities that were in the post-entry plan to include ensuring reliable transportation, attracting and retaining our quality educators by increasing teacher and staff salary, strong call for improving school infrastructure, including HVAC systems, because you may know that we had to release a couple of our schools early due to HVAC issues. And so when it gets to a point where it's impacting academics, then that's a problem for me. And so we want to continue to make sure we're addressing those. Next slide. And this was just the word cloud of what was shared there. And you can see loud and clear what our community said as it relates to salaries, retention, and investing in our employees. And then this is just some of our top thoughts, verbatim from what our community told us. Again, paying teachers and support staff competitive wages with the goal of recruiting and retaining our staff, support staff, and also to address teacher retention. Next slide. There's more comments on staff pay. And then lastly, bus drivers, appropriate pay for bus drivers to ensure that we're stabilizing our staffing shortages as well. And then addressing our facilities, there was some feedback we received around master's pay for our educators, as well as adequate staffing to meet the needs of all of our scholars. Okay, at this time I'll turn it over to Jeremy Teeter to walk you through our budget requests.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lewis. So we just, we looked at this information together with the two boards, the school board and the county commissioners a couple of weeks ago, and just sort of to rehash some of the history that we unpacked. And so Dr. Lewis alluded to my arrival in November and the work that we did to unpack sort of where Durham stood. The district did not have a permanent finance officer for several months. It was a critical time as school systems across the state of North Carolina were transitioning away from tremendous investment of ESSER dollars, and so had to work through some things. So we were dealing with a potential budget deficit of almost $34 million. We're relieved that it is no longer us in the headlines, and we're hearing about some other districts in the headlines instead of Durham. And so we've been able to work through this dilemma with our internal resources, just in terms of not sufficiently budgeting for the actual positions in Durham Public Schools, working through appropriately paying charter schools in Durham and in surrounding counties where our Durham students may go, just a variety of issues. We were fortunate that a month into working through these challenges, the state of North Carolina trued up our state funding to reflect that we had higher enrollment than they had initially projected. So that was very timely on their part. And in tandem with that, we were able to put in place sort of some short-term measures at the school system level. So to our fortune, the previous interim superintendent, Dr. Caddy Moore, and other senior staff members had contemplated only populating our budgets for operating purposes at the central office level and as well as our schools at the 85% mark. And we made the decision to lock that in place and to continue operating in that manner this year as a means of balancing things and making things work this year. We were also fortunate to be able to leverage some one-time resources that the district was fortunate to have received. A prominent example, the Mackenzie Scott donation that came to Durham Public Schools a couple of years ago, able to lean on those resources as a one-time fix to pull the school system through this year until we were able to make some long-term decisions to set ourselves up for success. We also implemented a hiring freeze for positions that were not compulsory or not required by state law, and so we put that in place just so that we could regroup, reassess what are our must-dos, and how do we position ourselves for next year without creating new challenges in the short term. On the long-term front, we took a long, hard look at how we allocate our personnel resources in the district, and so we spent some time just sort of assessing our student-to-teacher ratios and how closely do those align to the state funding formulas as well as other positions. We also took a really hard look at our central services division of the district to evaluate do we need to continue operating as the way we have with those positions. And so the district has recently gone through a reduction in force for classified central office positions, where we ultimately eliminated 27 positions in our central office with a collaborative effort across everyone that serves on Dr. Lewis's senior team. And we spent a good bit of time evaluating that and assessing that. Ultimately, it did impact some people, but a number of these 27 positions were vacant, and we were able to minimize the impact to staff. And our HR team and our HR leadership has been working with impacted employees in the positions that were occupied in order to help them find opportunities as best as possible. We did send another document that we would like to lift up, and I don't know if we're able to pull up the actual budget book, so we'll.
It is in your agenda packets. I have to put it up on the PDF, so if you want to speak through it, they can have it in their packets, but
Yeah.
I'll pull it up.
Fantastic, thank you so much. And so just as a so the other document that's being queued up that is also in the packet is just the actual request that the district compiled. And so just some reminders, so some things that we won't talk through in the book again and that we had an opportunity to look at when we were together a couple of weeks ago. We lift up the items that were required by statute to put in the book. And so Dr. Lewis prepared a letter of transmittal when we delivered the document to County Manager Hager, and we touch on just the academic performance of the district at the beginning of the book as we're required to do. And then our goal just for this time is to revisit the items that ultimately made up the request, the financial component of the request, and just to touch on those items and touch on the rationale behind those items. Also, I will share, I know that we received some questions yesterday afternoon from commissioners through county staff. Those items, our senior staff has been working to prepare answers to those questions, and we should have those complete answers back to county staff today. They're very close, and we just need to fact check a couple of things and fill in, I believe, one more blank to the pre-K question, and we'll have a complete set of answers to those items to you by the close of this business day in terms of the turnaround on those. So I'm going to advance to the space where we'll have sort of the most conversation, right? And so so just in terms of the specific components that make up the request, we split it really into three sections. We talked about the continuation cost for Durham Public Schools, and which is our best estimate of what it would cost for us to operate as we are next year. We compared to our time together 2 weeks ago, we now have 3 different state level budget proposals. We did not have the House version of the budget when we were last together. And so just to discuss sort of how we calculated things compared to what we now know, I think will be important. So for the purposes of developing our continuation costs, we were assuming a 3% state raise for all categories of employees. And then we were assuming just sort of normal increases in what we contribute to the state retirement system as well as to the state health plan. In the current versions of the budgets that are up for contemplation at the state level, where our certified staff, or our staff that's required to have an educator's license, the governor's proposal averages out to 5.3%. The Senate version averages out to 2.3%, and the House averages out to 4.3%. And so we're in the mix there, somewhere in the middle of those, and so we're feeling comfortable with what we produced and what we forecasted for this biennium budget that's coming from the state, and where that's concerned. For our classified staff, the governor's proposal looks like a 2% with a one-time bonus. The Senate and the House have, at this point in time, are both at a 1.25% with a one-time bonus. And so we're obviously going to watch these very carefully. The House and the Senate are going through their process to try to reach some sort of consensus for where they might land on these items. So we're going to keep an eye on that, and we'll keep everyone informed once we have clarity. Unfortunately, we don't always have clarity by the start of our fiscal year, which is July 1st, and sometimes it's more typically September, October, sometimes before we have final answers of what's going to happen with the state. And we have gone through some years where they could never agree and things just stayed as they are. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but we'll certainly monitor that. Also, in that continuation cost, we've estimated what increases we might experience with property insurance, our auto insurance, and our liability insurance as a district. And we did have some known software cost increase that we needed to anticipate. And then you'll hear me say this many, many times. Anytime that we receive additional funding from the county, we're required to share that with our students that are enrolled in charter schools. So we factor in that component as well to make sure that we net what we actually need and comply with our requirement to share. The next component here, right, is our expansion items, or items that are new for us that we're trying to do to grow in advance. Local teacher supplements are a major conversation across the state of North Carolina as we work to compete for seemingly a shrinking pool of qualified educators in North Carolina. Durham is fortunate to be number 3 in the state of North Carolina for the average teacher supplement, and then we're bordered by number 1 and number 2, so we're very much in the mix of the districts that are competing most vigorously for those qualified teachers. In the proposal that we developed, we assumed a $70 per month or a $700 per year increase for that local teacher supplement, which assuming other variables remain fairly constant, that would move us up to number 2 on that list and make some form of progress with the other districts with whom we're competing. The next item and Dr. Lewis alluded to this in his comments with bus drivers, right? So I think we're all keenly aware of the transportation challenges that not only Durham has had, but many school systems in their efforts to recruit and retain bus drivers. And so we're seeking to offer a $200 per month supplement for our bus drivers, which is $2,000 a year, as a means of providing some stability. A, it increases their compensation, and then B, it provides them a streamline of compensation that's not affecting their paycheck when they miss inclement weather days. And that was certainly an issue for us this winter, and looking forward to being able to provide that for them. Perhaps sort of the more complicated issue that we've wrestled with in Durham Public Schools is the notion of local master's pay. We know that in the past decade or more, the rules have changed for how the state of North Carolina administers master's pay. So teachers were required to have completed at least one course towards their master's degree by August of 2013 in order to be eligible for state-funded master's pay. At this point in time, in the current state budget process, the different proposals at the state are in conflict with one another. The governor and the House versions of the state budget would restore master's pay, and the Senate version does not. And so obviously we are watching with keen interest how that will ultimately play out in the budget process. So we hope the Senate loses that one. So we're in the 24-25 school year, that was the first year that Durham Public Schools offered the local master's pay. It was one of the shortfall issues that we had to grapple with as we were working to bring stability to our budget. And ultimately, the district was not able to anticipate just how many teachers would ultimately qualify under that initiative. And so we had many, many more that qualified than we thought would have, and had to contemplate that. So we're just seeking some assistance to make that program whole. We're also seeking to add our school social workers to that effort for that program. So just wanted to lift that up, and hopefully the state will help us solve this problem, and we'll watch that carefully. We have had a number of new programs come forward or expanded in Durham Public Schools, such as our dual language programs and our pre-K programs and Montessori programs. And those positions were funded with our Mackenzie Scott funds that are sunsetting. So just seeking support to be able to continue what we're doing for those programs that have been wrapped up in the Growing Together initiative in Durham Public Schools. Much like the sunsetting Mackenzie Scott funds, we also had ESSER funds that sunset in September of this year, and we had a number of initiatives that were connected to social emotional support for our students that were a part of those ESSER dollars that the superintendent staff is seeking to continue. One of them is a social emotional curriculum that we use in the elementary space called Rethink Ed. Another is a relationship with the Center for Child and Family Health to help us react and respond to trauma with our students. And then the third item under that umbrella is a software that's used in a lot of school systems in North Carolina called Panorama. Many districts took advantage of ESSER dollars to be able to afford that. And we're ultimately using that as a mechanism to measure social emotional health with our students and understand where that is. The other category in terms of expanding funding for our exceptional children programs, this is a space where there's been tremendous advocacy from our local board for the state of North Carolina to change the way that they fund those programs. Currently, that program is capped at 13%, right? So they contemplate our student enrollment and how many of those students qualify for exceptional children's services, and they will not fund us beyond that 13% cap. Durham Public Schools is above that 13% cap, so a little over 16% of our student population. And so we've contemplated what we might do to try to close that gap as we continue to advocate the state to take measures to help in that way. And so we are contemplating how we might do that in a staggered approach. And so this year we're seeking a little over 1.1 million, but that would just be step one in our effort to close that gap. If the state were to fully fund our 16.4% EC child count, that would be over 5.5 million in resources from the state of North Carolina to support those students. So we're understanding that we maybe don't need to come in front of you looking for 5.5 million for that, but just try to stagger that over time and slowly close that gap and continue to monitor how the state may or may not adjust. Just like the other funding categories, any additional expansion money we receive, we would also have to share with our charter schools, and keeping that in the forefront. The third category that we contemplated was just a non-recurring request for additional support for musical instrument refresh and a couple of items for our art programs, $150,000, and our arts department has a very clear plan of how they would roll those out for the greatest need. And just like the other two categories, again, we would have to share some of those dollars with our charter schools. So sort of in conclusion, on the current expense or the local side of the equation, seeking $15,978,335 increase. And then we were also seeking to maintain the $8 million of capital outlay funding that came together this year, recognizing that it was a complex pathway to make that happen this year. We're mindful that the county, you have a complex budget just like us, and had to manage that with a combination of ARPA resources and local resources, but just still wanted to nevertheless lift up that desire to continue at the 8 million threshold where those are concerned. If Dr. Lewis doesn't have any other remarks, we're happy to answer any questions that we can today, and we'll take notes in case there are items that we need to follow up with after this meeting.
Just had one follow-up, just to kind of reiterate on the exceptional children funding. I want people to understand that when we talk about this additional funding for exceptional education students, it's not just impacting them, because the lack of funding that we don't receive from the state that would garner us additional $5.5 million, we have to support those students, and we'll continue to support those students regardless of funding from our general fund. So it's in essence impacting all of our general ed students, and those funds that could be used to invest in our staff in a major way. So that equates to about 1,032 students that are EC students in our district that are not receiving that funding through the states, but otherwise we are supplementing that funding out of our general fund.
Thank you so much for the presentation, information. And I just want to say that I really appreciate the work that Durham Public Schools has been doing over the past number of months since you arrived, Dr. Lewis. You all have really done amazing work. And we know it's been hard. Really, really hard. You've done the hard work. I mean, that's everyone, the board, all of the staff, the leadership, out in the community. You know, it's been very transformational, and I just want to say it's evident to everyone that the work that you've been doing and putting Durham Public Schools really on solid ground. And making really tough decisions, and this is hard. We're all making really hard decisions. So I just want to first acknowledge and appreciate everyone. Before we go on, I know everyone will have questions, just to get some clarity, because I'm also looking at the numbers and really just want to get some clarity in terms of the different budget, expansion, continuation, what the manager has recommended, what the gaps are, all of that. If we just can collectively clarify. So the continuation budget requested is $6.35 million, right? Just for the ongoing costs. The manager has recommended $10.35 million. So, doing the math, that's about $4 million additional money. And then the expansion budget is on top of the continuation budget. So currently, out of the $9.43 million, there's still basically $5.43 million worth of things that are not covered in terms of those needs. Just to lay it out. I think that just helps me to get, is that correct what I'm saying?
That's correct, and I would note, right, the Board of Education at our most recent meeting went through an exercise of, if it remains as recommended, how they might prioritize and make those things work, and we'll go through that activity again after things are finalized in early June.
Okay, and also just to clarify, when we, the county, provides funding to the Board of Education, you all, even while things are listed, this is for this is for that, ultimately it is the board that decides how to allocate that funding. So we give you all the money, you guys decide how to use it, unless we specifically earmark something, and we have done that Keith, I think, in the past. Have we done that at all? I think,
It's in our ordinance, we may have designated once, but according to the law, right,
okay.
we don't have that level. That's right.
Right. I think last year we wrote something. Can you clarify, Keith, if you remember? I think we said we are requesting this money be used for classified or certified salaries or something. I don't remember. Yeah.
But legally,
We cannot.
we cannot.
So we can say we request, but it's still the school board that decides exactly how the funding. So I just think it's important because as we talk about, well, we'd like to see this funded or we'd like to help you with this, we can say that. And I think it's important for the public to understand that too, because when community members come like they did at the public hearing on Monday and they say, well, we want you to fund more money for this, at the end of the day, it's going to be a decision that the Board of Education makes around that. David?
Live time. On the ordinance for 24-25, we do, and we have in the past put specific intents. This year we wrote, it's the intent of the Durham County Board of Commissioners to appropriate these funds. Board of Education, current expense funding of 6.5 for anticipated state salary benefit increases, 3.9 for teacher supplement, 1.25 for master's degree, and 8.8 to support classified salary. So we do put kind of the intent of the board, but as has been discussed, I'm not sure that necessarily mandates or encumbers for the school boards that they have to follow that.
Okay, that's helpful. I just wanted to set that context. Okay, thank you. I'm going to open it up to board members for questions. Commissioner Burton?
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs. Thank you, Dr. Lewis, Mr. Teeter, for your presentation. So I know I'm a county commissioner, but I'm going to put on my teacher hat, okay? Educator hat. So the first question I have is when I look at the non-recurring items, and I believe I asked the question, how much is in the school board's fund balance? Because it's such a small amount, like, can't you just move some money around and just find the money to pay for that item? Yes.
So, fantastic question, and we contemplated these same things at our last school board meeting of as we work to prioritize what we ultimately receive from the county. We'll evaluate strategies like that of we may take care of things, smaller items such as that instrument refresh with some one-time resources. So we will, we're definitely thinking that same way.
Thank you. And then the other question I have is, again, thinking about my educator role, being in the buildings and seeing what has been prioritized, specifically with Growing Together. How did you come to the decision that we're going to prioritize this versus paying classified staff and increased salaries? Because I'm talking like if I was in the building, okay? People would say, well, why would they do this? I need more money. Why would they do this? Why are you funding this? I need this. All right, hey, that's the truth, right? Or when you're out in the community, now that I'm on this side, people are wanting, to know where's the money going, why was this done, things like that. So I think that needs some explanation. Yeah.
He's speaking specifically on the Growing Together initiatives.
Yes, and like when the Montessori,
Yeah.
because we got 3 Montessori schools. Like, people will ask that, do we need another Montessori school?
Oh, first, I would say I don't think you ever take your teacher hat off. Let me just start there. I should always keep your teacher hat on. And if I could just go back to the previous question, particularly around our fund balance, that's one of the ways we want to ensure that we are a fiscally sound district as well, to ensure that that's beefed up and ensuring we're not having those opportunities where we're just finding money. I think that's what has kind of got us in the situation we're in with some of the unfunded items there. But as it relates to growing together, this was something obviously that this community engaged in heavily in terms of what would growing together look like for our schools, to ensure that every student, no matter what zip code you're in, each family has equitable access to all of these robust programs, dual language, Montessori. And I will tell you specifically for Montessori, as superintendent, I'm not interested in having a Montessori something in our schools, but a true Montessori model. And a true Montessori model includes these instructional aids, what they call teacher assistants or guides. We have to have those if we're going to have a true Montessori experience for all students. I know a lot of times people think, that maybe Montessori is just for the elite. When Maria Montessori founded Montessori, the Montessori model in the early 1900s, she founded the Montessori model specifically for what she was calling at that time the unhoused, or the students with some major behavior challenges during that time. And it was for poor families. And so when we think about just ensuring that all of our families have access to Montessori, again, making sure that it is a robust program in all of our schools, and this is definitely required for that. In addition, the dual language, ensuring that that's a robust program as well for all of our students.
Thank you for that. And I guess I have some comments, another question I have is, when I'm looking in the news and I'm seeing what's happening across the state with regards to school districts and deficits, right? We know Chapel Hill Carborough was running a deficit. I think, who else? New Hanover County last year ran a deficit. We were in the situation, Wake County, and now we're seeing it in Winston-Salem, Forsyth. Are there enough people who are working in finance and HR to ensure that DPS is on good financial ground? And the reason I'm asking that question is because, again, going back to myself in the buildings, a lot of times staff doesn't understand what those people do in those roles to make sure everything is solid. So I want to know from you all, do we have enough people in those roles to make sure that we, as a school district and as a county, are on solid financial ground?
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate the advocacy for us. I think you're exactly right. The folks don't realize, I think, what we do until it's broken. And so we very, very pleased with the staff that I have with Durham Public Schools, and I've worked with a lot of finance professionals in different parts of North Carolina, and I would say that we have the right people in the seats right now in the finance team, and with varying degrees of experience. And so the folks who are new to education finance, we're growing, and then the folks that have been veterans, we're sharpening up their tools, and we've spent quite a few months contemplating folks' strengths and where they can best contribute to the finance team, and making sure they're in those right spots. And very, very happy with the way those folks have stepped up to the plate to work with me since I've come on board to get us on that solid footing. So very pleased with that. And I would say our HR team is in a similar spot, and I love the relationship that I have with the HR department. Finance and HR don't always get along, and we have a beautiful relationship in Durham. And I know that we have a new HR leader that was not new to Durham, but stepped into the lead position in January, and she's, I think, doing very similar work that I started doing in November, of evaluating her seats on the bus and how can those folks be arranged. And we've started, having regular meetings between those two departments and those functional teams to make sure that we're working the way that we should, and giving each other feedback, because we affect each other tremendously.
Specifically for HR, there once was a time in school districts where the fall and the spring were the busiest times of HR. That's no longer the case. It's the entire school year. And that's due to a lot of the vacancies and the high need positions to fill, in addition to ongoing support that our schools and staff need in the district. So we are constantly analyzing and ensuring that we have appropriate staff to provide the support that our buildings and departments need.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I may have other questions, but I know I want my colleagues to ask questions, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Burton. Looks like you would like to respond.
I did.
Yes.
With regard to Ms. Hager is, Mr. Teeter and Dr. Lewis are exactly right. I do want to point out that Ms. Hager, who's the Assistant Superintendent for HR, also has a standing meeting with Dr. King. Obviously, our priority under Dr. Lewis for Durham Public Schools is educating, right, teaching and learning. And so they have a regular standing meeting where they ensure that the schools and teachers and principals have the resources, the human resources that they need to effectively and excellently teach our students. So just wanted to lift that up as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Valentine.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. So good morning, and thank you for gracing us this morning. So this is hard. So I had 3 children come through Durham Public Schools, Northern, School of the Arts, and I'm a little concerned about declining enrollment and how we square that with the present request. How we factor that number in. Now, I heard you tell us here this morning that you've worked on a proposal based on the current proposed budget by the county manager. I'd be interested to know what that looked like when you did that exercise, and what part of the operations would be most impacted. Because our budgets are value documents, are they not? I value education, but I also want to ensure that the taxpayers' money is being spent the right way.
I'll start and turn it over to Jeremy. I do want to clarify that enrollment is up this year, so we're up over.
But the trend over the last couple of years, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't want to appear like I'm being disingenuous.
Yes. Right. I totally understand.
Yeah. Okay.
But if we're looking at last year's enrollment versus this year, we are indeed up.
Yes.
And look at certain projections. They're projecting that we will increase over the next 10 years. That remains to be seen. Because if you take into account birth rates across the country, really are down. And so I'll turn it over to Jeremy.
So thank you. So I think, right, so two parts to your question, right? I'll echo what Dr. Lewis said, so the enrollment was up, and that has not been normal for some time, right? So I think the pandemic really sort of wreaked havoc on enrollment trends and choices that parents have made for where they're educating their students. And then part two, so we did take the board and senior leadership through a prioritization activity of how would we react, and we were very grateful for this initial proposal from the county manager of $4 million above and beyond our continuation costs, and we contemplated trying to do as much as we can of those various expansion items with those resources, right? So as an example, we provided the board with tiers of options, right? So the teacher supplement, for example, okay, maybe we increase that by $500 a year or $300 a year instead of $700, so we can do something. Contemplating the bus driver supplement, maybe we do $150 a month instead of $200 a month, right? How do we still make progress on some things? And so, but it was still a hard activity. I think we're cognizant of can't do everything with that level of funding, but how much can we make happen of those things, even if possible? And I think the compensation was certainly a high priority, right? Those compensation items were a high priority for staff and for the board as they went through those activities. The growing together positions were a high priority for staff. And the local master's pay, I alluded to that earlier, complicated. And that was an area where we looked at many options. So perhaps we continue that program, but maybe not at a 10%. Do we continue that at a lower percentage, and exploring different options there? So we worked through that difficult exercise. There was support for some of the social emotional items. I think the board really asked for some additional information after they went through that activity. They pressed for additional information from Dr. King's team of how are we feeling about these resources, and they're going to take a second pass at this activity of, now that they have even more information, will their priorities shift a little bit, right? So the additional EC funding was also a high priority. So we recognize all of these things were important in trying to do all of them, but perhaps having to be creative about how we structure them to at least make some moderate degree of progress.
All right, so you had talked about the master's pay.
Mm-hmm.
So specifically as it relates to social workers, how does that work?
Yeah. So we have, so in the old model, or in the state's old model of master's pay, right, any educator who was required to have a license was eligible to receive master's pay if they conformed to the state's guidelines. And the initial rollout of the local model in Durham Public Schools was to allow that just for our classroom teachers that were spending at least 50% of their day teaching children. And that, candidly, it's a sensitive topic for our schools, right? Because we have other licensed professionals who are currently not benefiting from that, right? We have instructional coaches, or we have our social workers and technology facilitators, just a variety of other types of positions that may not be teaching children on a daily basis, but are infecting that climate. We made the judgment call of the social worker space, of expanding to that space, because those folks are not necessarily transferable to a classroom, right? So if I'm an instructional coach or facilitator, I was probably a teacher at one point, and could transition to a classroom and benefit from that local master's pay. Our social workers are not necessarily transferable to a classroom, but they're licensed and they're doing important work. And so that was sort of the thought process on that expansion. And we know in our current roster of employees, we have 11 school social workers with a master's degree who are not eligible for the state program just due to the timing of when they earned their master's degree or started that coursework.
All right, the final question, and I also have a remark I'd like to make, is around your pre-K dollars. And so this board has made a commitment to advance in this particular area. And I'm wondering, I had a conversation with one of my colleagues. It seemed that the dollars are not being invested in that area in sort of an adequate way. Can you address that?
So we did receive a written question in that regard yesterday afternoon, and I know largely, we've got an answer here, but we've got a few more blanks that our experts are going to fill in on that. And so I think that's one, by the close of business today, we'll have a very thorough kind of written reaction to that for you. Anything else you want to add?
Well, I would just want to share, the use of pre-K dollars is an incredibly complicated dance, if you will, because in Durham Public Schools, the way we work through that process is we essentially braid 3 streams of funding in order to provide pre-K services to as many kids as possible. What makes that complicated sometimes is each of those 3 streams of funding have different requirements as it relates to which students can participate and what the circumstances are that those students have to, what the criteria are that those students have to meet. Particularly, we do have a responsibility to provide pre-K services for certain students with special needs in pre-K. And one of the reasons that the process becomes very complicated is that we have a responsibility to maintain seats for those students throughout the year because those students emerge, show up, or become eligible at different times in the course of the year. And so if, for instance, we set aside 25 seats for that particular purpose, and I'm just using a round number, it may be that we don't get to child number 22 until May 5th, right? But when child number 22 shows up and child 23, 24, 25, we maintain that responsibility to serve that child. So we have to leave those seats available, right, for those students. And so that is a complicator. What we would share, and we'll have some of this information available to you later, as Mr. Teeter said, but in those settings where, those requirements are relaxed based on the way we are using funds, we find that our response rate and our fill rate is significantly higher. So in two of our particular locations where we're using funds that don't have a great deal of complication, our rate is 100%. In other spaces, though, that rate is a bit further down, and there are some other complicating factors that impact that, including, the availability of wrap care for students, and anyone who's paying attention knows that has been a particular challenge for all school systems, across the state. Since the impetus of the pandemic, and that's just something that we haven't recovered from. And the other piece, and then the final piece is, we really think it's important for us to focus on our offer rate, right? So are we offering seats? Because once we offer the seat, then a parent has to make some decisions about whether the seat that we have available to offer them will meet with that family's needs. And sometimes, we just aren't able to create a match between that family's needs and the particular seats that we have that are available for them. And so we're going to share some more of that information today, but we share, I think it's important to note that we share this board's commitment to increasing the number of students who have access to pre-K. We know that is critical and vital to our success in the future. The sooner we get access to these young folks and get them in structured instructional settings, the more we are going to be able to do for them. And so we're committed to continuing that work going forward.
Thank you for that. Lastly, I think that the challenge here is looking across government and saying, hey, everyone has asks and needs. And so the money has to come from somewhere. And so I always say when I'm confronted in the community, where do we look to for these additional funds? Where do we take it from? And I never get any positive responses in that regard. And I don't expect to, because it's hard, right? Or we ask our taxpayers to take an additional responsibility in helping to fill the gap, and that's also hard, particularly in this challenging environment that we find ourselves in. In previous years, there was, I refer to it as soft money, one-time money that was available to sort of fill some of these gaps. That money's drying up. And so we don't have that sort of latitude. And so this is going to be very hard. It's going to be very hard to see if we can get to that number. It's going to be very hard. And I'm just going to be honest with you. Particularly from my foxhole, I'll speak for myself. It's going to be very hard. Okay. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Valentine. So I also had a few follow-up questions related to the expansion budget requests. So related to the local supplement amount that was requested, could you tell us a little bit more about how that number was determined? And I think you already kind of referenced it, Mr. Teeter, but that you already are starting to have conversations with the school board about what does it look like if, we can't do that full amount, what are the options, but just to understand what that number is based on.
Absolutely. So we started with just sort of looking at our competitors, so to speak, right, in our other districts that are sort of in the mix for the highest supplement in the state of North Carolina. And so we just, for context, right, we're number 3. And the average teacher supplement for Durham Public Schools is $10,355. Chapel Hill Carborough is next on the list at number 2 with $11,043. And so it was so an average $688 per year higher than us. And so just wanted to kind of make that next push. And so looking at pushing ours up by $700 per year in an effort to keep moving up the list. Durham has made progress in that regard, and just remember being in a competing district in the past that was number 10 on the list at one time, and Durham was 5, and so you've made it to 3. So the investment has been clear, and I think what Durham has done well is continuing to invest. And what we found is if you don't keep making progress, you'll stagnate and start working down the list. So yeah, I think that's sort of been our philosophy behind that.
And do we know what is in the proposed budgets for our competing school systems this year?
I think they're in similar. They've had similar quandaries, right? So I think we've heard them called out as other districts that they have been trying to find ways to balance their shortfalls, and I can go back and push into some more specifics on their supplements, but I know that they've been grappling with challenges to make ends meet on those 2 sides. But we can provide that in the follow up.
That'd be great.
That we do
just
later
to know
today.
what has been at least requested for those districts. And I was going to say something else that went out of my brain, but so I think obviously that's a number that, and I know what I was going to say. I really appreciated Superintendent Lewis, you starting out with kind of the priorities, which my takeaways were recruitment and retention, the facilities, and also transportation, and those were echoed in the survey that you did, the community survey. So I think looking at with that lens, when you look at what are the budget priorities, right? And certainly there are certain things in the expansion requests that are definitely aligned specifically with that. So I think it's important when we make these tough decisions that we're focusing on those things. So, so obviously the supplements, bus drivers, we know that that's essential. Can't get to school, then there's no learning. Master's pay, could you clarify the 1.36 million?
Mm-hmm.
Is that continuing what was done last year? Because I think last year was the first year that we funded, at least we intended to fund that. Could you talk about what ended up happening last year, and then is this in line with that?
Yes, ma'am. So that's an accurate assessment that this is what we would need to continue the model as it is. And we had a good problem in that more teachers were eligible than were forecasted. And so so initially that shortfall was a little closer to 1.2 million. And this number reflects sort of an escalation of that gap, so to speak, based on what we're expecting average salaries and benefits to be next year.
Okay, and also to clarify, because I know Commissioner Burton spent a lot of time during our work session talking about this. This is for teachers who are in the classroom.
Yes, ma'am.
They are full-time doing instruction, and this is what aligns with the state policy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah. And has DPS at this point adopted any policies related to things like master's pay or related to these issues, or are you contemplating adopting policies?
Yes, thank you. I just want to, before I answer the policy question, I do want to clarify your statement that this aligns with the state's model just I want to always be transparent. The state's model is more expansive than classroom, 50% instruction in the classroom. So just want to make sure that that's
Okay.
Clear from pre-2013. And we are bringing a salary administration policy to the board. We've had, I think, maybe, or there's some disagreement on how many times we've had a reading on it, but it's been brought to the board, I believe, 3 or 4 times, and we have a salary working group that is working on that, and there is language in there regarding compensation, including master's pay, extra duty, all the things that our staff really do care about. And then once that policy is potentially adopted by the board with whatever changes the board may decide, we would then implement regulations and procedures as well, so that it's transparent, so that when people work in Durham Public Schools, they understand how their compensation is computed and what their salaries and compensation will be.
That's fantastic, because I can say, as being now starting my 4th term as an elected official, I really rely on the policies that our board has adopted. Everything from, we have extensive financial policies and things like that, because when you're making tough decisions, then you really have to fall back on what are the adopted policies. And so that's great that you all are doing that. That's going to really help. And related to the Growing Together model, just to follow up on Commissioner Burton's questions, what happens if that doesn't get funded, and is it possible to delay those investments?
So I think, so sort of part 1 to that is right there, current investments with McKinsey Scott funds. And I think, at this point in time, that it came through as a priority for both senior leadership as well as the board as something for us to continue, and it would be a priority for us right as we grapple with the expansion dollars that we ultimately receive from the county. Anything else?
Yeah. And I'll just add, it's really critical in terms of us being the premier school district in the country. When I talk to parents, I meet a lot of parents with little kids, and I always ask, what school do you go to? And they follow that. Well, I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that, because it's normally followed up with X charter school. And when I share with them some of the offerings, and I remember a couple of times sharing with some parents about the opportunities for dual language in our buildings and some of the other benefits of growing together, they said, wow, I had heard that, but I didn't know if that was true, if we are offering that in our buildings. And so this is hugely important in terms of us being responsive to what our community has said, in terms of ensuring that there's quality programs in every zip code. We have great schools, but if you've been in Durham, you know how the magnet school applications work, and ensuring that all of our families have access to these robust programs. And so as we think about, from an equity standpoint, and ensuring that, my zip code doesn't define which program I have an opportunity to access, all of our families deserve that. And I really appreciate you pointing out, Commissioner Jacobs, us being responsive to what we heard in the community through that survey, and as well as the listening, learning to. And I hope people see that within our budget, we dare not just sit in a room and think about, what do we want to ask for, but being responsive to what we heard. And I hope people see that their voices are projected in this budget request.
Yeah. And I ask that only because, I'm a huge fan of the Growing Together and what the goals are, but just the environment that we're in now that Commissioner Valentine referenced, we're going to have a report later today from Public Health and DSS. It's really frightening, really alarming, and we are already seeing the impacts of those cuts on basic public health and social services. So, and then on top of us being in a reval where, and again, you heard it during the public hearing, when you have residents who are on fixed incomes and their taxes are going up dramatically, that's a problem too. So we're trying to juggle all of these things. So we're in a world now where we can't we just are going to have to prioritize and not necessarily do all the things that we really want to do that we know need. So that's my caveat. And I do agree with I'm concerned about the exceptional children area. I know Commissioner Burton has talked about, we've discussed that being, again, looking at what's just prioritizing. That's seems like a really important area. And then, for me personally, my approach, and, our board will discuss this later on, but as, Commissioner Valentine referenced that, if we can't really look at raising taxes because of all these conditions, and then it's going to be a matter of where creatively can we look at other areas of our budget to try to make changes. And so, one of the areas that I hope that our board will look at is for the social emotional, specifically looking at our partnership, our funding with our mental health provider alliance, and see if that might be an approach. So we will definitely look at some other ways that we can try to meet some of the needs. And I concur also with Commissioner Burton's comment about looking at, for non-recurring expenses, looking at your fund balance, and hopefully together we will be able to address some of the expansion needs. Because as I said in the work session, there's nothing here that is not important. Yeah. Any other? Yes, Commissioner Burton.
Yeah, I just had two more questions, real brief, or one comment. One of the things in salaries and benefits, I think employees, I'm thinking back on the ground in the buildings, don't understand how expensive that is, the pension cost, and how that's a part of the salary, right? I think, was it like 25% or something like that? And so really making people aware that this is also a part of your salary, and this is why it costs so much, because people, you don't really see that until you get like me and you retire, right? So I just wanted to lift that up. But then also I wanted to ask, because I like community ed, I think it's great, are there any other counties that do something similar to what Durham does with our community ed program? Because I think it's a really good thing that we do here.
So just speaking only from my personal experience, this is the third district that I've been associated with that has had a similar program. So I think it's, but I've been impressed, by the program I've seen here, and it's certainly, it seems like a stronger program than the others that I have worked with in my career. But I don't know if Dr. King wanted to shed any more on that.
So I would agree. Having worked in multiple school systems across 2 states, the program that we offer is extensive, kind of deep and wide, right? And another one of those areas that, frankly, require an extensive amount of support, and will continue to do that. We do offer more than most folks offer. I think it's safe to say in most communities, if you have a community ed type program, and particularly I'm speaking to before and after school, that is limited to the elementary grades. Durham Public Schools is one of a very limited number of school districts that I've seen across the state that offers any programming for students beyond 5th grade. And as you all know, we offer an encore program in many of our middle school programs. So yeah, I think we are relatively unique in terms of the breadth and width of what we provide in terms of that program.
Yeah, I just wanted to give shout out to that, because I know Commissioner Jacobs asked a question around that, but we do really good work with community ed. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, in all transparency, the follow-up questions I had asked about were, are there different ways to fund the before and after school that would, and you don't have to answer it now. I know you're going to follow up with a memo, but just because, especially looking at it as how in the context of working parents, and also around pre-K, how we can really get up our pre-K numbers, because it's the the wrap care that's often the barrier, and even looking at how we prioritize seats for the before and after school. Just taking another look at that, especially around prioritizing certain demographics, low-income students or, working parents. I just didn't know, those were just some of my questions. And then with the pre-K issues about capacity, I think I'm hoping that the new MOU with the early years is going to help, because one of the things that we have heard from early years is that they really want to work in partnership with Durham Public Schools on strategies around that. And so I hope that collaboration will really help with that. And my other questions were around the cost of maintaining, school property that's not fully, that's, northern Lowe's Grove, and then for TSA, when the new campus opens, understanding what are those carrying costs related to maintenance. But yeah. Any other questions at this point? Anything else that you wanted to say, Dr.
Yeah,
Lewis?
absolutely. First of all, thank you for this opportunity. We will make sure we follow up on those questions. I will say, as it relates to pre-K wrap services before and after care, we did apply for the 21st Century Grant, did not get that. I have been in conversations with the CEO of our local Boys and Girls Club here. Previous district had Boys and Girls Club in every elementary school for before and after care. He's definitely interested in having those conversations. And I think it's also important to note that, yes, that will ensure that our families are taking advantage of pre-K offerings and just seats in Durham Public Schools, but that also helps with our transportation challenges as well, because it helps, relieve some of the stress of our transportation system by students being in after-school care and not needing necessarily bus service. And then lastly, I'll say this, a couple of other priorities. Well, one, additional work that was on that priority of improving school facilities and safety was mentioned in that priority. In addition, fostering student well-being in school climate. I know we definitely spend a lot of time talking about investment in adults, which we cannot do this work without our amazing adults. We want to do all we can to retain those adults. I also want to make sure the student voice is in this space this morning as well, as it relates to some of our social emotional learning and offerings. When we think about just school safety, which is top of mind for all of us, that's something that we're always, thinking about. And some of these programs give us valuable data that can share that about 40% of our 6th through 12th grade students feel a sense of belonging at their school. And to go a little further, about 35% of them feel like they have that adult at their building. So we are able to respond to that data. And these programs teach skills like self-awareness, emotional regulation, and resilience. And there was some research that was done that looked at school shootings across the country, and those shooters lacked these particular skills that we are teaching. And so when we think about all that we can do to keep our scholars and staff safe, again, this is us being responsive to what we heard from this community. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. And what I hear you say is having a trauma-informed approach. And I don't know if we've had any partnership with our we have a trauma and ACES coordinator in Durham County government, and I don't know how much collaboration there's been. Actually, maybe Rod knows. Rod is shaking his head yes. So anyway, we can support. She is, Jess Bouquet is based in public health, but any way that we can help support that in that way, just to mention that. And your idea about the Boys and Girls Club, I was at the breakfast recently, and I walked out with a business leader in the community who said, why don't we have these, why isn't the Boys and Girls Club actually located in the schools? It's hard, this model of busing kids to the Boys and Girls Club, it doesn't seem like an effective, efficient model. So it was really, I'm really thrilled to hear you say that. Thank you for leading on that. Well, thank you all so much again. Really appreciate you all, really appreciate the partnership. And as the county manager likes to say, we will get through this together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and so next up, we do have our public health discussion being led by Dr. Rod Jenkins, our public health director. I'm gonna run and grab something. Thank you for picking up my mess. Okay, I'll just wait. We're just going to wait for Commissioner Valentine. Well, welcome, Dr. Jenkins. I will let you introduce your team here with you today.
Thank you so much, and good morning to this great board, to Manager Hager and staff. It's a pleasure to be before you once again. With me today, I do have Deputy Health Director Kristen Patterson. I also have my Finance Administrator and Chief Architect of Public Health Budget, Ms. Micah Gwynton. So we appreciate the opportunity to be before you. I'd like to start by just expressing gratitude to each and every one of you for your continued support of public health here in Durham County, especially during these tenuous yet dynamic times that we are in. I also like to thank staff for the last-minute shift to allow me to present earlier, as I do have a press conference at noon relating to a great opioid initiative that we have here in Durham. Over the past 5 years, public health has seen the ebbs and flows with our budget. This first slide just kind of really focuses on year-end activity over the last 5 years. As you well know, as this board well knows, with COVID funding beginning to dissipate, many initiatives have had to be adjusted. So we are now going back to sustained levels of funding. Yet we have always strived to be good stewards of the funding that we do receive. It's important to notate that remaining budget figures can be a bit misleading as depicted on the slide because many of the activities were fueled by COVID dollars. We have always strived to spend no less than 90% of our county funding year over year, and as the curve starts to slide down, we can see that we're kind of going to sustain levels. Department of Public Health has requested $27,967,434 for fiscal year 25-26, which does represent an increase of 3.6% from this past year's budget. This also represents a $2.3 million change from the current year's originally approved budget. That total change equates to $3.1 million. $3,148,501. This also includes personnel costs of $1.9 million and operating costs of $1.2 million. Our total change in revenue is $754,121. We are sunsetting 2 COVID area grants along with a National Association of City County Health Officials grant that we did receive. We do expect our Medicaid revenue to increase again across all sectors of our program areas, totaling $526,439. Contracted services is one of public health's highest price line items within our general ledger. This is the case for many departments across our enterprise, thus prompting county budget to take a much closer look at this line item each budget year, at least within the past 2 years. While this slide does show a decrease in our requested amount for contracted services, we just hope that you will allow me to take a deeper dive into the fiscal year 25-26 requests for $9.9 million. We have approximately $8.6 million budgeted in contracted services for this fiscal year. WellPath is by far the largest contract, totaling $5.2 million, or 62% of public health's contracted dollars. Of the remaining $3.4 million, about half is grant funded, half is county funded. Of the county funded portion, there are also a few county initiated projects that have been assigned to public health to administer, which we certainly do with a smile. These total right at about $250,000. Want to really highlight a couple of programs, and I will say there are many programs in public health to highlight, but these were selected. Number 1, increased demand for immunizations. Number 2, hemoglobin A1C testing in our laboratory. And number 3, employee wellness programs. We are seeing an increased demand for immunizations primarily from our refugee health program. For the first 6 months of this fiscal year, we served 466 patients in immunizations. I know 466 is a high number, but there's a greater story to be told. We often have large families from Afghanistan, Pakistan, Honduras, El Salvador, Venezuela, Iraq, and many others that come in all together. So for example, we could have a family of 7 that may need 40 vaccines in one day. This 40 vaccines represents just one appointment. The next day, a family of 5 may come in and they may need 20 vaccines. So as you can imagine, this will deplete our entire supply for the week. There are also still state requirements for vaccinations, particularly for those attending public schools and those who arrive here into the United States. Some of the solutions that we have been implementing include using grant funds to buy more vaccines, using the inventory and schedule to control the demand so we don't run out of vaccines each month, and moving to a flat fee for certain vaccines. We are continuing to reap the benefits of having a very advanced laboratory, and we will be testing hemoglobin A1C, which can indicate the risk or presence of diabetes. This testing primarily is used in our maternal health clinic, and it also indicates gestational diabetes at the 28 weeks of pregnancy area. This will be a major improvement for patients as they won't have to drink a rather disgusting drink that and then in turn get their blood drawn after they drink that drink an hour or every hour on the hour for 3 to 4 hours. We have been sending these tests out to LabCorp and paying them quite a bit to run the tests for the results. This year we used grant funds to purchase this analyzer that will allow us to do the testing in-house, which will produce cost savings for the department. If maternal health patients are on Medicaid, and 90% of them are, we will be allowed to bill Medicaid for this test and reap the benefits of that revenue. It is rare to this board for a health department to have a lab of this complexity really at our fingertips, and it's very advanced, highly equipped. We do have the Panther, which we purchased during COVID time, which allowed us to do COVID tests. And then we also have we now have this analyzer. So we're very lucky to have this service to our patients and to produce additional revenue. I will add, for the record, we do provide laboratory services for a neighboring county. That happens to be Orange County. In terms of wellness, this information was requested about our efforts with wellness. We continue to promote wellness in earnest. We offer the Choose to Move program, which affords employees an extra 30 minutes of exercise, either tacked on to their lunch or they can do it toward the end of the day. But please believe this is a wildly popular program. About a third of our workforce is enrolled. 5% represents the increase from fiscal year 2023. We do provide exercise opportunities for our employees with 4 fitness centers, one located in the Health and Human Services building, the other in Admin 2, one is with the Sheriff's Department, and there's a newly added fitness center at the Board of Elections' newest location. Staff does do a very good job with exercise classes, and it's pretty much broadcast widely. There are 13 exercise classes, and in terms of utilization data, the Human Services building is on track for the highest rate of participation in the last 4 years. Admin 2 still has a very consistent usage as in previous years. Do apologize for the next slide. That goes against the rules of presenting, but I will say, in addition to the Choose to Move depiction in this graph, we just wanted you all to know that by department, the highest percentage of usage per department, Durham Public Health, of course, is among the highest. Soil and Water, DSS, and Library. Conversely, amongst the lowest is the Sheriff's Department, the Budget Department, Economic Development, and EMS. Don't shoot the messenger, I'm just giving the data. Recommended budget highlights. This is an opportunity for me to take a little deeper dive as it relates to WellPath and a couple of the initiatives that we set as priority for this next fiscal year. As you all know, Public Health administers the contract for the provision of health services for the detention center and the youth home. To that end, we have a spending request for WellPath contract for fiscal year 25-26. Due to increased costs for staff, including the expansion of the youth home from 2024, off-site medical fees and medication, Public Health is requesting an increase to the jail health contract for WellPath in the amount of $784,521. There are 3 lines of the contract that we are requesting. Number 1, an increase is needed, 3% increase is needed for staffing at the detention center youth home, totaling $526,921. It goes without saying that it is very tough to have individuals to want to work in these areas, so we think it prudent to put this request. The second is an $125,000 increase cost for off-site medical fees, which we typically have to come before this great board around mid-year because we almost always overspend in this line. And the third is an increase for the cost of medications by $132,600. As you can see from this slide, the cost for pharmaceuticals have increased in recent years. WellPath shares with us that HIV drugs and psychological drugs are the main drivers of these increases, and as you can clearly see, both costs on orders have increased significantly since 2019. Of note, 184% increase in pharmacy costs since 2019, 34% increase in pharmacy orders from 2019 to 2024, and HIV total costs have risen $208,000 from 2019 to 2024. We do have behavioral health costs. I heard Commissioner Jacobs allude to Alliance, and I'm pretty sure they're singing the same song, but that increase of 431% since 2019, while psychiatric prescriptions have increased at a slower rate of 142%, all demonstrating the increased cost of psychiatric medications. If you bear with me as a refresher, just want to really provide scope of services with WellPath very briefly. For the most part, WellPath they do a pretty good job. They really provide patient intake, so at the time that they come, there are 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week adult medication coverage provided by 18.9 full-time employees. They take care of sick calls, medication passing medications to individuals, detox protocols, labs, and chronic care issues. We do have MAT at the jail. That is something that the sheriff is certainly proud of, and we've been a leader in Durham in that space. That's staffed with 7.8 full-time employees. They do focus on patients suffering from the opioid use disorder. And then, of course, the youth home program is staffed by 3.5 full-time employees. Specifically, at the lower end of this slide, again, it talks about the drivers of the increased pharmacy spend. Just like to take a note to indicate that 184% increase in pharmacy spend from 2019 to 2024, which I aforementioned. This is driven primarily to one medication, which is Biktarvy, and the utilization of long-acting injectables. Then, of course, we have a 155% increase in total HIV prescriptions from 2023 to 2024. And then, of course, on top of all of these HIV positive patients among Durham County's patient population, the per tablet cost of Biktarvy has risen 29.5% since 2019. Total intake at the jail has remained steady over the past 3 years. Intake activities include receiving patients upon entry, comprehensive medical assessments, providing special housing needs, along with providing medication and treatment, along with education activities for those patients. This slide also depicts an increase in medications that have been provided at the detention center on an annualized basis. With the exception of 2023, a slight dip there, we have seen an increase year over year in medications passed. So in my conversations with the jail, with the sheriff and sheriff staff, they have indicated that we do truly have some very sick individuals who are at our detention center. I also wanted to share with this board, as mentioned, the pharmacy spend has increased drastically since 2019. I thought it would be helpful to provide the top 3 most expensive drugs that have been administered as shared to us by WellPath. Those include, again, the HIV drug Biktarvy and 2 psychological drugs, Invega Sustenna and Abilify Maintainer. The chart also shows that starting quarter 2 of 2020, the spend was $31,947. Now we go to quarter 2 as of this report of 2025, and the spend was $237,954. So again, HIV meds and psychological meds are the main drivers. HIV costs and total HIV scripts have seen a tremendous increase since 2022. As the slide indicates, HIV costs made up 61% of the total pharmacy spend in Durham. 2024, the number of incarcerated persons with HIV increased by 30%, 82 incarcerations in 2023, 112 in 2024. And as I mentioned, Biktarvy, 1 tablet costs $105 per tablet. And in 2025, the cost of Biktarvy tablet is now $136 per tablet. This does represent a 29.5% increase in the drug costs over the last 5 years. Moving on to a lighter note, the Durham Comprehensive Aging Plan. Public Health does support Aging Well Durham's Comprehensive Aging Plan for 2025 through 2030. The Aging Plan is an initiative of the Board of County Commissioners given to Public Health to administer the contract for fiscal year 2023-2024. If the board would like to continue to support this initiative, we are requesting $1.65 million through December 31st, 2030, which would be the end of the timeline for the current plan. The amount per fiscal year would be $300,000. So again, we want to give you the total for the whole plan, but then of course, we know we do things year by year, fiscal year by year. That equates to $300,000. Keeping up with public health developments to include policy, health events, and funding cuts is similar to drinking water from a fire hose these days. There's no doubt about it. It would be an understatement to say that these are uncertain times in public health. We've seen the attacks on public health. We've seen the cuts to DHHS. We've seen dismantling of CDC. We are just responding to the federal government every week. I have personally been in weekly conversations with the North Carolina Department of Public Health. I have met with Secretary Sangvi, who is the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and we are just doing the very best that we can in this financial free fall as the cuts have come to public health. To date, we have 2 grants that have been cut by 10% for the next fiscal year, and there has been an unprecedented stop work order for one of the grants for COVID funds set to expire in May. Nonetheless, this field and this staff have in the very recent history faced another unprecedented time in public health where we have remained fortified and we have remained resilient. We are going to continue to do this work that we love and we know how to do. We're staying focused on what we can control. We are looking critically at improvements to our revenue cycle. Those improvements include examining fees and increasing where we can, exploring debt set-off as a new source of revenue generation and debt write-off as a cost-saving measure. We're requesting 1 additional billing team member so we can contract with more payers. We want to improve our credentialing and we want to improve timelines and accuracy of our billing. Lastly, this requested budget reflects a significant revenue increase based on current trends. We are projecting a $592,095 revenue increase over our fiscal year 24-25 revenue budget, and you can see the sources that are here. We project Medicaid, $526,439, private insurance, $11,050, and service fees, $54,606, for a total of $592,095. We recognize that public health is a revenue-generating department, and I'd like nothing better than to help Manager Hager to put some money inside the county's coffers. We did mention federal funding challenges. The Department of Public Health is a proud member of NACCHO, and we were the recipient of a NACCHO grant of $100,000 to improve vaccine access, education, and outreach through faith-based partnerships. It was a great opportunity. We received it. The project period was October 1st, 23 to end of September 24. We were the recipients of a no-cost extension because of the great work we were doing. That would have went from September 30th, 24 to May 31st, 2025. We received a request to pause this work on April 4th, 2025. Fiscal impact, we were not able to invoice $15,000 of work in our deliverable-based contract. Durham County expended $7,500 in funds to support the work that will not be recovered. That impact of that project, again, we were 2025 expanding pediatric vaccinations. There was a community of practice convening that was canceled because of the stop work order. Durham Public Health suspended the contract with Grace Church, and unfortunately we had to actually pay Northeast Baptist Church with county funds because we did have some work in order in progress, and we certainly wanted to honor our commitments. State grants, as I've afore alluded to, COVID-19 activities were stopped, and we traditionally get a 90-day cease to serve as a runway to commence, stop all activities. This time around, we were given less than 30 days. So again, the work order was issued on March 24th, 2025 for spending through May 31st, 2025. $58,936 were uncollected. The impact: redistributed funding sources to retain 4 contract nurses administering vaccines through the end of fiscal year was nixed. We were unable to continue purchasing medical supplies, i.e. masks, gloves, cleaning supplies, etc. All of that was in an effort to decrease the spread of respiratory illnesses. Tobacco prevention and control, some of you may have heard the tobacco prevention and control branch at the state level has all but been disbanded. Stop work order was issued on April 29, 2025 for spending through May of 2025 for the federal portion only. That equates to $73,406 as far as impact to Durham. The impact, Durham continues to lead the way, and in doing such, we do have a region of 9-county regional tobacco control and prevention manager that is housed in Durham that handles all those initiatives for a 9-county region. All of her activities have to be funded through the Jewel settlement funds in order to keep her whole, to keep her straight. So they've narrowed the scope of the work as opposed to working on tobacco control, no smoking activities. Her scope is now focused only on youth vaping. That is it. Nothing more, nothing less. HIV testing in the form of integrated targeted testing services, there has been a 10% cut, which equates to $26,755 reduction. Program impact, 10% reduction in services for STI and HIV testing. Jail testing, 10% cut, which equates to $19,460, $16 reduction. 10% reduction in services for STI and HIV testing in the detention center. And as we mentioned, the tobacco prevention and control, that stop work order was issued, so the federal portion, next state portion is being revised. The reduction amount still to be determined as it's still fresh. It just happened maybe about a couple of weeks ago. Perhaps heavy on all of our minds right now is the potential cuts not only to Medicaid but also to SNAP. Our Durham's Innovative Nutrition and Education Program, affectionately known as our DINE program, is an award-winning program. It has led nutrition education in Durham since 1999. It's been awarded the North Carolina GlaxoSmithKline Foundation Child Health Recognition Award in 2022. Durham Public Schools won the 2024 North Carolina Public Health Partners Award due to their partnership with DINE. Fiscal impact of these cuts certainly will definitely be devastating to Durham, but more importantly, it will be devastating to the 13 full-time employees. 12 of them are highly qualified, highly trained, registered dietitians. The amount on fiscal impact is $1.3 million. To this board, I just want to salute you and thank you all for your activities to alert our legislators in Congress about the cuts and what the impact would be to the Durham community. That impact equates to 21 DPS elementary schools, 5 middle schools, 19 preschools, 19 community sites reaching over 10,000 Durham residents. We support 42 community partners. We facilitate so much PSE, policy systems, and education, environmental activities. And then, of course, the Double BOCC program, which we've worked so hard and tirelessly to support, which provides over $277,000 to local farmers and puts local food on plates. It could all be wiped away in an instant. So we're going to continue to lift up our employees who are doing everything they can to advocate. We're going to continue to work through our channels with our lobbyists and the Public Health Association. And we're going to continue to hope that the Senate, higher thinking minds will see it not robbery to disband this program. In conclusion, I leave you with this picture, which really says 1,000 words. This is the members of our STI team participating in the Durham Pride Festival, which we do every year. We do it faithfully. We love the work that we do. We love working with each other. We simply love public health. And at this time, I'd be happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Board members, I just wanted to thank Dr. Rod and his team for the detailed overview. We are just so grateful to have him as the leader of the Public Health Department, and ACM Pierce reminded me to share with the board about his leadership role. We are honored to have before us the president of the North Carolina Association of Local Health Directors. So he is able to be at the forefront of the information firsthand and help share that with partners across the state. And that's above responsibilities, and in that seat, he represents Durham well. So I just also wanted to bring that highlight to you.
Thank you so much, Manager Hager, and all credit and all praise goes to the staff, particularly Micah, particularly Christian, and the other 260 plus hardworking men and women of Durham Public Health that make you all look good, and they really are fiercely committed to protecting the health and well-being of our community. It's an honor to serve. It is.
Thank you, Rod, for the presentation and also for the leadership that you're providing at the state level as well. Thank you. This is a very sobering presentation, and I know we'll dig into a lot, but I just want to say that it is really important that our community understands the impact that the federal government's actions and policies are having right now on the health and well-being of people in our community, and that cutting programs for things like testing for HIV and STIs, cutting back access to care for COVID, cutting back for funding for food and for tobacco prevention, is we're talking about losing people's lives. People's lives will be impacted, and our overall community health and well-being is being put at risk. And it's very, very important that our residents know that. This is happening right now, and we need people to speak up about what is happening. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Burton.
Yeah, I just want to say kudos to you, Dr. Jenkins, and your team at Public Health. I think I shared with you, I was just totally impressed during COVID with vaccinations, and I went to the Public Health, took my dad, we went there to get our COVID vaccines, and I just want to echo what Chair Jacobs said. I don't think people really understand what public health does in our community, how many people rely on it, particularly with vaccinations for our kids, the nutrition education. I experienced that working in the schools, the health educator, the nutrition educators coming into our buildings when I was teaching, just all the things that you all do. So I just want to say thank you for that. The thing that's opening my eyes with this presentation is the number of incarcerated individuals with HIV, and they need psychiatric medications. That is so alarming to me because we don't hear about HIV as much as we used to. I know when I was growing up a long time ago in the 80s, you really heard about it. You just don't hear about it. So the question I have is, what's the population, the percentage of Durham residents who are living with HIV, and the number of people in our detention center? Because it just didn't hit me. Yeah.
I will admit, Commissioner Burton, thank you for that question. I will admit, I don't know that number off the top of my head, but I promise to get it to you. We're fortunate this board thought it not robbery to fund an ending the epidemic position held by Brad Kaysen. He is hard at work, And I am more than sure that one text message will get me that information as soon as possible. We will make sure we get that for you.
Thank you. And what this is bringing to my attention is our, efforts of making sure we focus on mental health with our children, because, it's really disheartening to me that we have so many individuals in our community dealing with mental health, schizophrenia, things like that. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Valentine.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Dr. Jenkins, thank you. Thank you for your leadership and continuing to shine a light on the good things that are going on here in Durham. And also, I just want to highlight the work that you do in our immigrant community. And so a lot of people don't know it. And so we have a large and growing immigrant population here in Durham County. And so thank you for your focus on the needs with regards to the immunizations in those communities.
Sir.
Particularly as a military veteran, the work you do with our Afghan population here does my heart.
Yes, sir.
Well, so thank you. You had talked about revenue generation, and I got to thinking about Medicaid and the potential impacts that was described by Commissioner Jacobs. Have you done an analysis of the potential impacts on the revenue that you project and what that might look like for Durham County?
We are in the process of analyzing, and thank you for that question and all the compliments, Commissioner Valentine. We are certainly in the process of analyzing, but we certainly don't want to be too premature in our analysis. We know that it is on the chopping block, but again, just like the folks at the state are sort of like crunching numbers, it's kind of a moving target right now. We know that the cuts are over a 10-year period. So sort of like to cost that out, amortize it is a little difficult at times. But for the most part, we are in the process of looking at it. Anything you might want to add, Madam Finance Administrator? No, ma'am. So yeah, we're taking all of that under consideration, but we're certainly concerned. And while they're saying that it's not going away, that level of cut is definitely going to be pretty steep, and it's going to affect everyone.
And you also had talked about how we provide lab services to Orange County. Maybe I've read that somewhere. Mm-hmm. Maybe I haven't. Mm-hmm. Are we operating under some type of local agreement with Orange County?
Yes, sir.
Any cost sharing associated with that?
We have been under an agreement with Orange County probably for the past 8-9 years, but it's been a beautiful relationship. Thus the reason why we were able to do a lot of things inside our complex lab. For the most part, Orange County does have like 2 sites, and we are able to really have that courier service to bring those specimens to us, and we take care of them ourselves. We have invested in the personnel in our lab. That's most important. Under the leadership of Josie Paul, and we certainly have the best and brightest. So we look to expand services. We look for ways that we can probably generate revenue. Because as I mentioned, and it's not just lip service, we know that we certainly need to do our very part to provide funds for the county's coffers, just to ease the burden or just really to do our part. So we look forward to continuing to expand on this investment. I think back to when I was interviewing for this position, and I walked into the lab and I about fell out because I just couldn't believe how elaborate it was. It was just so high tech. And coming from a pretty decent lab in Cumberland County, pales in comparison. Probably twice as big, a lot more technology. So we're going to take advantage of it.
And just as an aside, I want to make sure that I at least get into the gym and get on treadmill once a week to make sure that we can do a little better in our reporting next time you come before us. You had talked about WellPath and the contract that we have with the detention center and the youth home. And I've talked to you on numerous occasions about this. And you do that for the county because the county requests that you handle that contract. What do you think that should look like?
I do believe that we maintain an excellent relationship with Durham County Sheriff's Department. I consider Sheriff Burkhead to be a great colleague. I consider Attorney Lovelace to be, a bright mind, and having been there for upwards of about 5-6 years, she certainly understands the operations. WellPath as is now, and the Sheriff's Detention Center staff, they work really well together. So much so to where, for the most part, they have things under control. We provide a lot of oversight. So we have been meeting with the detention center staff, with WellPath's executive regional vice president, in order to really understand and peel back the layers. It is correctional health care. Let me say this to this illustrious board. I do believe that all health care is public health, but it is correctional health care. It's a little different from public health. But do I feel as if they have the tools and the know-how and the expertise to manage that contract? Yeah, I do. But at the same time, as mentioned, we do things with a smile. This is something that this board wants us to continue to do. Happy to do it. But I do feel as if the infrastructure is in place to make it happen.
Okay. So hypothetically, if the sheriff were to, and I consider the sheriff to be a colleague as well, if that were to be shifted hypothetically under his responsibilities, would you still be able to provide a level of, I don't want to use the word oversight, but assistance?
Absolutely.
Okay.
More than happy to continue to have that liaison in the form of a registered nurse, to be the liaison to the Sheriff's Department. More than happy to insert myself in the process. Would definitely want perhaps an ACM to be along with me to have more reporting direct line to Manager Hager, and would be more than happy to really set up sort of an ad hoc jail health committee, advisory committee, composed of, and you did ask me what I thought, so
yes,
I'm giving it to
yes,
you.
that's correct.
Composed of the courts, composed of a representative from county manager's office, composed of public health, composed of DSS, mental health. This is what we had in Cumberland County. It helped to move individuals from the detention center into the prison system, kind of unclog the pipeline, get them in front of the judges a little bit better. And more importantly, it really assisted us in providing that expert health care and opinions. Defray costs, make sure that red tape has been snipped, and be able to really make things a lot better. That's my vision, and I can see that happening. I believe Durham continues to lead the way. We have the expertise, we have the people in place to make that happen.
So thank you for that, and I look forward to continuing our discussion on that.
Yes, sir.
The sheriff had talked to us about 70% of those who are coming into the detention center having a diagnosable mental health condition. Is that number accurate?
I tend to really feel as if it's somewhat accurate.
Okay.
We do have individuals that come in and they're not happy to be there, and they seem to look for ways to make their stay a little bit more pleasant. Mm-hmm. At least that's from what I heard.
Okay.
But do I believe that it's as high as 70%? Maybe not. But do I believe it's close to half? I really do. We do have a significant mental health crisis on our hands. In my conversations with Attorney Lovelace and the sheriff, they have all vouched that mental health is significant, and along with opioid use disorder. That's the reason why they have been rallying to get more services for that for the longest time.
Right. Thank you for providing some context.
Yes, sir.
But even at 50%, that's alarming. And
Yes.
So it is consistent with the siren that's been going on for quite a number of years regarding the mental health crisis that we're experiencing, not just here in Durham, but across our country.
Yes, sir.
And so, so thank you for your leadership and the way that you help to curb that problem, at least here locally. And so I agree with my colleague, Commissioner Burton, when she was talking about HIV. And so as I was listening to your presentation and looking at the data that you provided, I was immediately taken to this could potentially be a problem that's on the rise in our local community. And we've heard from the larger community about their concern in this area. And so can you speak to where we are on the rising numbers of HIV among us here in Durham County?
We continue to fight that battle. As you all have indicated, it does seem to be normalized because there have been so many advances in medications. People are living longer, but it does not negate the fact that practices and behaviors have definitely not been as stringent as they've been in the 80s or in the 90s. Awareness is sort of it's there, but it's been normalized. There's a lot of risky behavior that has come from social media, and particularly a lot of sites geared toward dating and all of that. So with that came the rise. Durham does not necessarily have the best standing when it comes to HIV. We certainly understand that we are in the top 10 as it relates to the number of individuals affected with HIV. Be it the fact that we are a large metropolitan area, and that normally happens. So with that, we continue to fight the good fight. We continue to promote awareness. We continue to work with our community partners as far as testing, as far as getting people into care. We are committed to that. As I aforementioned, we are grateful to this board to have a position dedicated to it. We are part of Fast Tracks USA and Fast Tracks Global. So we have goals, and we are making tremendous progress, but there is still a lot of work to be done.
All right, so finally, you ended your presentation talking about Durham's innovative nutrition education program. And so I'm alarmed at how that program is being sliced and diced. And so any sort of guidance or suggestions that you could give to the board with regards to how we could potentially fill some gaps, I would be open to listening to that.
I would just say we're grateful to this board for the amount of funding that it has given to public health. We would hope that the board would consider, if all else fails and the bottom falls out, if you will, that they would consider to keep this on our books. For the most part, the proof is there. The data is there. We do have, to Commissioner Burton's excellent point earlier, we're partners. We're locked in with DPS. We're a part of the shacks. We're a part of the classroom activities. We have kids going home to teach their parents about nutritional eatings and telling them about all the great things that they've learned from our registered dietitians. It is an award-winning program. Early in the presentation, we indicated that we can control only what we can control. As it stands right now, the only thing we have been really tirelessly doing is advocating, getting moms and pops and getting the community at large, to Commissioner Jacobs' point, to really understand the impact. If we don't get it from the feds and we're not getting it from the state, then it comes to the county commissioners. So we want to make sure that they understand, but it's a fine program. It needs to stay in Durham. To my knowledge, there is no other program like Dying in North Carolina. I would go on record saying that. They have some, offsuits and some semblances, but nothing compares to this at all.
Thank you, Dr. Jenkins.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues for your great questions.
Commissioner Jacobs, my trusty partner here.
Yes.
Let me know. Go ahead.
Yes, Dr. Patterson, yes.
Not yet.
Okay. Deputy Director Patterson.
Yes, ma'am. So, Commissioner Burton, we did find that number of HIV patients in Durham County, and there's about 2,000 people in Durham living with HIV, and about 800 people living with AIDS in Durham. Yes. You're welcome. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, Christian.
And I will say this board, I remember when I was chair and Mayor Shule was mayor, we joined an international effort that Dr. Jenkins was referencing called Fast Track Cities to end HIV/AIDS, because Durham has one of the highest rates in the state, and it is a racial equity issue. It's predominantly black males who are impacted, and that's where the funding of an HIV navigator came from, that initiative. And it would be great if at a future work session we could have our HIV navigator come and talk about, maybe even in partnership with the work at Lincoln, because this work is done in partnership with the Lincoln Community Health Center as well, and just all the partners, because I've met Grant, he's fantastic. So just hearing more about that. It sounds like one of the big issues is also the funding of the medications.
More than happy to make that happen,
Yeah,
Mr. Jacobs.
that would be great. I think we have to, when I think about the cost center involved with providing medical care in the detention center, and then just overall, all of public health in our community, it's all connected, right? And so it's so important that we think about this systemically, and why investing in the education and prevention programs, the testing, the vaccinations, all of those are so, so important, because when we don't, then we end up paying the price down the road. And, that's what we see in our detention center with the number of people that are suffering from mental illness, substance use disorder, but also very, very sick people with things like diabetes and heart disease and HIV. And, wouldn't it be great if we were able to spend all this money? I mean, it's astounding, the medication and the budget for WellPath, if we were able to spend that in other places. And I think that's why these conversations about our behavioral health crisis system related to the HEART program and the upstream mental health investments are really important, because the goal is to keep people out of our detention center, because it becomes, even if you don't care about the human rights aspect of it, economically it is very expensive. It is very expensive to run basically a health system between the behavioral health and the WellPath, because we haven't even talked about our behavioral health contract, which is actually run through, a lot of that is also run through our Justice Services Department. Does this number include what we spend through Justice Services for the psychiatrists, for having psychiatric care on site, for the mental health pod? Does that number include this?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so it would be really good for us to, at some point, also hear from the Justice Services Department around all of the mental health care that they are providing or supervising, right?
To be clear, Commissioner
Yeah.
Jacobs, this amount does include the medications that they prescribe, but not anything else.
Okay, so that's a whole other component, right? And does this include the money that we are spending on the medication-assisted treatment?
Yes.
Okay. So, and related to that, it would be, I know that's something that we had discussed, is trying to get information from the Office of the Sheriff about more information about the MAT program, how many people are in the program, and what happens when they leave detention, because I know Jason is sitting back here, but when people leave the detention center and they have been in treatment, it's astounding. There's something like 50 times higher chance of dying from an overdose if they go back to using right when they leave, because people have not been taking the drugs. So that transition, I think it's important for us to find out about how many people get the warm handoff with the FIT program or peer support specialists and all that. The MAT program then is actually being run under the supervision of the WellPath. I guess it's not clear what the role is then with the Office of the Sheriff's staff versus the WellPath staff running that program. Do you know?
Not as familiar, but again, we'll endeavor to find out specifics.
Yeah.
But I do know that WellPath is committed to that program because they have seen results, positive results.
Okay. So it sounds like it is already being medically supervised right now. That's important for us to know that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if we've been able to benefit from any of the legislation nationally and then at the state level around detainees being able to get Medicaid coverage, I think up to, I don't know if it's 30, 60, or 90 days before they leave the detention center?
I have heard about the legislation, Commissioner Jacobs, but Attorney Lovelace, Sheriff's Legal Counsel, and myself are in the process of gathering more information because there are some other counties that have kind of progressed a little bit more in their investigation.
Okay, so I think that's something that we should look into, because obviously if people right now for the moment, a lot of people who are in the detention center have Medicaid. When they come into the detention center, in the past, they have lost their Medicaid coverage, and that's why we end up paying for it. But there is new legislation that allows them to access their coverage while they're in the jail, and that would really impact our costs. So I think that should be a priority for us to look into that. And again, I know we had asked to meet with the district attorney, but this is another reason for us to really dig into how long people are sitting in the detention center awaiting trial or the processing of their charges, because the longer we have people sitting in the detention center, the more that we are accumulating the costs of their medical care. And yeah.
And to that point, to that excellent point you just made, as I was talking to Commissioner Valentine, in a previous capacity as an assistant health director in Cumberland County, we had that committee to ensure that there was a clearance, so to speak, to ensure that, the courts would be there to ensure that, inmates were being able to be seen, because it had a trickle-down effect. The longer they're there, the longer we had to provide care. So it was effective. It was highly effective.
Okay. Yeah, I would definitely like to learn more about that. We know that when we bring people together and people communicate and collaborate, that is how you solve these types of problems. So I look forward to hearing more about that as well. And the aging plan, I just want to make sure that is actually in our budget right now. Is it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Great. Okay. And since they just also adopted this new plan, it would be good at some point for us to hear the new plan, 2025, 2030, in the fall or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, we can plan for that in the fall.
And I also want to concur with your what you said about the DIME program. When we were meeting with the school board, I was referencing we're going to have to go back in the future, and I agree that this is something that is really critical. So,
absolutely.
Yeah. Any other questions before we move on? No. Anything else you would like to say?
As I started with gratitude, I will end with gratitude. We are eternally grateful to this great board for your support of public health. you all know that every dollar invested in public health the returns are immense. So we certainly thank you for your support.
Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone in public health for the work you do every day. And next up, we have somebody from Durham County Public Health with us, Jason Smith, our opioid settlement program manager, and Joanne Pierce, assistant county manager, leading us on opioid discussion. Oh, it looks like, all right, it looks like Deputy Director Patterson is with us too. And welcome, Jason. Is this the first time you're presenting to this board? Yes, okay, well, welcome.
Yes, ma'am. All right, I just want to say good morning to all the commissioners, Madam Manager Hager, also County Attorney Williamson as well. Thank you guys for having us come and present on the Opioid Settlement Program Manager. As you guys already mentioned, I do have ACM Pierce and also Deputy Director from Public Health, Kristen Patterson. For those who do not know who I am Jason Smith, Opioid Settlement Program Manager, the inaugural program manager, as this is the first position for this opioid settlement program. I am aware that this is maybe some of you all's first time hearing about the opioid settlement program. So I will be providing just more of a high level overview of this program, as well as some budgets implications as well. Please also feel free to stop me at any given time during the presentation to ask any question that you guys feel the need to do so. All right. All right. So as you guys can see here in this slide, Durham County is currently receiving around $20.9 million as part of the national settlement. So this is a part of a broader effort to hold manufacturers and distributors accountable for their role in the opioid epidemic. So importantly, these funds are governed by strict use guidelines. Every dollar must be directly supported, must directly support strategies that address opioid use disorder, co-occurring substance use disorders, or mental health conditions. So therefore, we do try to keep administrative overhead very minimal, and programs must be evidence-based. And so that's one of the things that, as you can see on this slide, so this means that focusing on measurable outcomes like reduced overdose deaths, increased treatment retention, and broader community wellness is going to be of great importance. This slide also shows that this funding also is it's an 18-year payment, and so you can kind of get a sense of the payment schedule that we have here. And so that's, for the most part, it kind of gives a sense of how the funds are coming into Durham County. This will be our third year of receiving funds based off the current payment schedule. So once again, these funds must be directly support the evidence-based strategies. So in this slide here, this is the NC opioid settlement strategies. Once again, it's a strict usage of how these funds can be spent. And so with that being said, there are two sets of strategies, Exhibit A and Exhibit B. And as you can see, we are currently able to utilize Exhibit A strategies. Those Exhibit A strategies, they look across 12 evidence-based specific strategies. So when we look at the funds that we have already spent for this year, we are going to be talking about 5 specific strategies that we have that have been authorized and that we'll be talking about in today's presentation. But there are 12 high-impact strategies that are across Exhibit A. And if you ever inquire about Exhibit B strategies, the process to unlock Exhibit B strategies will be to go through our collaborative strategic planning process, which you'll find in Exhibit A. And so once that collaborative strategic planning process has been completed, it then unlocks our abilities to do more specific strategies that you'll find under Exhibit B strategies, which, as you can see, is close to 100 there. So it opens up a whole wide base of strategies there. All right, so this is essentially more like our North Star here for how we plan on spending these funds here. So these principles are not just philosophical, they're operational. For example, focus on equity means our programs are actively prioritizing Black and Latinx residents who have been historically underserved. We also operationalize transparency by publishing dashboards, which I'll show you guys here in a second, holding public meetings, and which like we're having next week. So our commitment to including people with lived experience, for them to sit on advisory boards and directly inform, for them to directly inform service delivery. So these principles, they act as a decision-making rubric, essentially, that helps us ensure that we aren't just compliant, but that we're transformative. And so we're looking at, when we have these funds here, we want to make sure that we are looking at spending money to save lives. We're using evidence, we're using data to help us inform our decision making. We're investing in prevention, and also I've been kind of pulled into even like youth prevention, things of that nature. We can see even the root of a lot of substance use disorder starting at around the age of 14. And so there's been a lot of strong emphasis around youth prevention as well, focusing on equity in populations that are disproportionately impacted, once again, as I mentioned, including people with lived experience or living experience. And also transparency and accountability is also something that's strongly emphasized as we utilize these funds. And I'll go in another slide and show you how we're doing that as well. Okay, so this is the amount that we have allocated for this fiscal year, which is approximately $1.1 million in opioid settlement funding. These numbers here, and I'll walk through each one, but these numbers include direct service costs, personnel for outreach and peer support, harm reduction supplies, and strategic planning activities. Every line item in this budget aligns with either the state's approved strategy list or in the future, it'll be some of our advisory committee's feedback. So this is not just about spending, but it's about building durable infrastructure that supports long-term public and community outcomes. And so what we have here is collaborative strategic planning. That's where my position actually falls under, and that's, you'll see the cost that's there for $145,000. We do have, these are all looked at as strategies, so I want to make sure I'm very clear with that. The second strategy we see here is harm reduction, naloxone distribution, and also the third strategy, harm reduction, our sterile syringe program as well. That is also being manned by under the leadership in public health, which is Dennis Hamlet and also Morgan Culver, and we'll see some of their highlights as well. But you can see that the naloxone distribution program is $252, and also our harm reduction program, we've allocated $67,000 for that as well. The fourth strategy here is recovery support services. This will fall under our CLC program, Community for Linkages to Care program, which I'll give some highlights and share a little bit more about that as well. But for right now, for the allocation for this year has been $436,719. And last but certainly not least would be our, we call PORT team, or our post-overdose response team. And what has been allocated is $224,568. All right, so now we'll share a little bit about some highlights, some things that we've been able to, some milestones and things that we've been able to do for this year. I will say that this is a kind of a newer initiative in terms of money that's been able to be spent. So we're extremely proud of some of the highlights that we've been able to get done for this year. We've created a framework for a community-based advisory committee, which is required for us in our collaborative strategic planning process. So we've been able to do that. We also were able to fill a specialized harm reduction position, which is going to be crucial for distributing resources like fentanyl test strips and naloxone and things of that nature. We also were able to expand our community paramedic program. Starting in February of this year, we were able to bring on 2 specialized community paramedics that we're excited about, which allows for real-time post-overdose engagement and also evidence-based practice known to reduce repeat overdoses and mortality. All right, so let's jump into some highlights. All right, so for the collaborative strategic planning, which I mentioned before, we're not just working in a vacuum. We're really trying to get out and into the community and really share. So whether it's at committee meetings, if it's at town halls that we're trying to do, we are trying to we're able to do collaborative planning sessions with stakeholders, everyone that's involved. We are sharing updates and receiving critical input in regards to this nature. It's very important that we bring as many people to the table so we can have a more diverse group and have a collaborative planning process. Additionally, I also work across the state with other program managers as we are standardizing metrics across the state. And also aligning implementation. So we're hearing best practices that may be in our region and also those who are very synonymous to our infrastructure.
Do we need to progress the slide?
Sorry.
Okay,
Thank
you.
Please help me out with that. I appreciate that. I'm saying and it's not moving. All right, sorry about that. So like I said, so I have been working across the state with other program managers, people who sit in this role as well across the state. Once again, hearing the differences in their challenges, but also looking at best practice and how we can align our best practices as well. So with the collegiate strategic planning, it is a structured process that we are working through to make sure we all have shared goals and visions and make sure that we have a good long-term planning for opioid settlement. All right. And what you see on this slide here is, as I mentioned before, it's one of our proudest moments is our new public dashboard. This has been developed by John Paul Zitta, we call him JP, that sits in public health. It provides monthly updates and it will foster some data transparency as well. So this allows both policymakers and the public to track outcomes and access to trends, things of that nature. This dashboard will also show naloxone distribution, engagement numbers, treatment linkages. So this tool, we plan on updating this monthly, and it also serves as an accountability mechanism as well. So once again, community members, reporters, anyone who wants to look at this counties, they can use this to see what's happening in real time across Durham County. So we are planning to really showcase this even more at our meeting next Thursday at our town hall. And so we'll have John Paul, he'll be showcasing this as well. But we are working that. Awesome. So for our naloxone distribution, this is one of our strategies. So naloxone saves lives. I think we are all in agreement with that. So this is under the leadership, as I mentioned, Morgan Culver. I want to keep saying her name. She has done an amazing job. This is another inaugural position here, our specialized harm reduction specialist role. She was able to, along with others on her team, distributed over 3,300 kits through vending machines, outreach teams, and also partner agencies. So coming on board, we were able to establish 15 community-based partners strategically around Durham County, looking at high overdose burden areas, and we were able to get those areas equipped and mapped out, and so which is also quite amazing. So there's also in that role, Morgan has been able to do overdose response trainings as well. She's been able to do 10 of those, reaching 194 people. So she's going through how to utilize naloxone, safer use practices, things of that nature, how to respond in case of an overdose that's happening in the community. So these are not just being armed with naloxone, but also the educational component as well. So a very highly important role that's being played here. This is a critical piece of community readiness. So also, same person, same leadership. They're also doing the sterile syringe distribution or the sterile syringe program. And so our mobile delivery model for sterile syringes has significantly increased reach. Typically we had a fixed site in our pharmacy here in public health where we were seeing maybe a dozen people that were coming in. But we found out that when you go to people where they are, you are highly and much more successful to get the work done. So Morgan, in just a short amount of time, she was able to meet 40 new mobile participants, which is quite amazing. That's a 230% increase. And why does this matter? Because we know that sterile syringes reduce transmission of bloodborne transmissions like HIV, hepatitis C. So this is a huge win and a huge investment that we are putting into.
And Jason, real quickly,
Yes, ma'am.
I see condoms in that picture. Are that being distributed as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's fantastic.
All right, moving on to the next strategy. So just to highlight here this falls under the recovery support strategy within the NCMOA, and this is our CLC program. And so this is really typically driven around our peer support specialists. They are the linchpin of our recovery support model. Anyone who knows anything about peer support specialists, they are typically the heart. And so they made nearly 2,800 participant contacts, and also facilitated 400 Uber rides to, as we know, transportation to treatments are always an issue, right? And so Uber rides to treatment and support services. Also, of 187 new participants that were engaged, 75 individuals were entered into treatment, including 38 of those for opioid use. So these are not just numbers, these are people who reconnected with care, many for the first time in years. Also, what you'll see here on the right here is something that they have been diligently working on. This is our updated English and Spanish resource guide that helps to bridge information gaps. This is especially for communities that don't always engage with traditional health systems. These guides now include detailed referral info and have been distributed to clinics, libraries, and outreach events as well. All right, and this is going to be our fifth strategy here. This is the PORT team, the post-overdose response team. And this is some of the data that we see within EMS. And so EMS is, obviously we know what they do, but this data shows a meaningful reduction in the opioid-related calls that they have been receiving. They were once receiving 75 calls a month. That number has been reduced now to 60 calls per month. And this decline essentially really reflects the broader impacts of the work that we've been doing, from the education that's been happening, MOUD access, and also community education as well. Another part of their...
Can you define MOUD?
Yes, a medication for opioid use disorder. And then so we have our MOUD program, which is medication for opioid use disorder. This is the program here, and this essentially is this graph is showing how are the community paramedics responding to an overdose, and then you can see how they're getting referred or how they're getting linked to care. And so one of the things I'll show you in the light green, as you can see here, 35%, the dark kind of burgundy part of the pie, and then I'll go to the light green as well. But when you see where it says scene of OD, that means that they are responding at the time of an overdose 35% of the time. And then if you see that where it says port FU, which stands for follow-up, 33% of the time they're following up within 24 to 72 hours. So you can see just the response if you just put those two numbers together. Look at a good 68% of the time that they are on the scene, almost if not immediately, or within 24 to 72 hours. And then obviously they're providing care in those instances and also getting individuals linked to care. We also have received referrals from other places like Durham Recovery Response Center, Durham County Justice Services, Orange County Community Paramedics. And also something we found interesting was 7 referrals also came from family and friends of prior MOUD patients. So this means that the care that they received impressed them enough that they felt comfortable referring them to our team. So just kind of speak to just the great team that we're doing. So this type of work, it helps to build trust and rapport with patients and also the community. Last thing I'll share here too on this slide, it's just the kind of astounding or impressive retention rates that we see with Lincoln Community Health Center as well. And so those that have been linked to those care, just their ability to stay in care has been significantly higher than we see at Lincoln, and then we also see at Morse Clinic as well. That is preliminary data. We're still gathering data around the retention with Morse Clinic, but it has been so high as well. And this is going to be where patients are referred, just another breakdown of where our top referral partners are. We see Lincoln Community Center at 37%. And once again, just showing again the retention. Other key partners, as mentioned before in the last slide, is DRRC, or Durham Recovery Response Center, Morse Clinic, and then there's other telehealth providers as well. All right, now we'll move into the recommended budget highlights. All right. So essentially, what we're asking for here is across the three asks here, and so the collaborative strategic planning, we are asking for a funding increase of $145,000. That was our original, to $158,000 to support advisor committee development. We are planning to expand and get our advisor committee in place here soon. Also for the development of our dashboard and data transparency, and also for more stakeholder coordination. Number 2, harm reduction and expansion. As I mentioned, under the leadership of Dennis Hamlin and also Morgan Culver, we are looking for a small increase from $274,252 to $299,252, specifically because we are launching a contract position to kind of help with the expansion of the outreach here. Right now, Morgan is doing the entire naloxone distribution. She's also doing the training, and she's also being in the sterile syringe program. So we are looking to hire a contract person to kind of help carry the load, if you will. And once again, as I mentioned, the establishment of those 15 partners in the existing 15 community-based partners, this is all falling on the shoulders of one person. So we are looking to get some contract help with that. So that's what the justification for that increase is. The other strategies are really seeking level funding as well. The recovery support services, syringe services as well. The port, we are looking to do an additional peer support specialists, because once again, our community paramedics are kind of carrying the loads on those type of things. So we are looking for a peer support specialist to kind of help strengthen the participants' engagement and also care continuity. And just a few current challenges that are happening just across the different strategies there. And that is across the recovery support services. So these are the peer supports that are linking and helping individuals navigate into care. One of the biggest things that they're proposing is going to be launching a free phone program for CLC participants to stay connected to treatment and support services. Obviously, phone issues are of a concern. We are exploring other resources and things of that nature to try to figure out how we can get that done. So we are looking around across the county for other resources for that. So number 2 is peer support staffing. Peer support, those roles are very high stressful. They're also individuals with lived experience or living experiences. So people are also juggling in their own challenges as well as trying to help someone else juggle their challenges as well. So sometimes we do see a little bit of instability in terms of trying to keep on a peer support specialist. And so we are looking to try to mitigate those staffing gaps, and despite funding for the 3 full-time positions. So there's a current challenge there. Also within EMS, there's a potential early loss of the FR CARE grant, which really just threatens key services, which is including naloxone, MOUD, fentanyl test strips, and that's set to end next September. So they are more so looking for FY27, just kind of keeping an eye on that because we don't know what's really coming down the pipe with potential loss there. And then also just sustainability planning as well, and that's what the last part is here, and that's just the FY27 budget to support that they may need to keep these vital services going. And lastly, I just want to invite you all to, as many of you guys probably know or seen, we are once again trying to have our input session that we're required to do every single year. We want to make sure that we are listening and hearing across from the community and also from those who are doing the work up front. So next Thursday at 5:30, we'll be here and you'll be able to hear from the individuals directly. We'll also be walking through the dashboard that I mentioned. You'll see a live version of that, so you can kind of see and hear from John Paul directly. You'll also be able to hear Morgan and Dennis as well as they talk about the naloxone distribution work and all the things of that nature. And this is also an opportunity for them, for the community as a whole, to kind of give their input as well. You'll hear from the CLC program and also from Dr. Joyner from EMS as well. And I think one more slide here. And that's just some additional resources that we have here. You guys can see here as we are trying to ramp up resources and spaces and places to put things. The county manager's office on the website here, on the opioid settlement tab on the news, there's information typically there. I will also shout out the North Carolina opioid settlement TA team. We call them OSTAT, who have been extremely instrumental in providing TA and technical assistance, helping us out. They also hold monthly calls in which they have individuals in my position across the state as well to help inform across anything that's happening across North Carolina, and they have an amazing team and they are an amazing resource for us. Also, Core NC, the community opioid resource engine. This is a great website if you want to find any and all things that are happening across opioid use disorder or things that are happening with the opioid settlement. You can go to this website here and find a lot of great information. And I think that's all.
Well, thank you so much, Jason. And just to clarify, what is, and I could not find, Keith, exactly where in the budget book is the opioid settlement funding?
Commissioner Jacobs, that's an excellent question. There is a brief mention of it in the appendix. The opioid ordinance is actually a separate ordinance than the budget document that you're reviewing, and it's kind of been held that way for the last couple of years.
Okay.
So when you are reviewing this presentation on June 9th, when hopefully you approve the other budget, the main ordinance, you'll also have a second item, which is the opioid budget amendment, opioid budget ordinance for the year. It is also a fiscal year ordinance as opposed to ARPA, which is kind of a one-time ordinance. So every year from now on, you will have both the main budget ordinance that you're doing here and an opioid ordinance. So it's not included in the documentation you have. It's kind of standalone. Does that help?
Yes, thank you. And Jason, could you clarify then, what is the total request for the settlement, use of settlement dollars? What is the total budget request for this coming year?
Yeah, it should be, I can give you the exact number, but it's going to be $1.3 million.
1.3 million for this coming year, FY25.
Yes.
Okay. And just looking at that previous chart of how much we have gotten, obviously we have not spent all the money that we have received since FY22-23. So what is the amount that we currently have that's been carried over? Does that reflect I'm just confused about that. What is this chart showing us? What's available right now? Because there is also a certain amount that is distributed each year by the settlement, but I'm trying to understand what is the carryover plus what is the allocation, and where are we at now?
We will, budget office will confirm with finance to make sure we understand this is a fund balance conversation, of course.
Yes.
What opioid funds have been received and held in fund balance. If you notice the chart overall, if you look at the first couple of years and then the middle years, there's a lot more funding coming in the beginning. So I think the plan, as I recall it, was to kind of make sure we're spreading out that funding so we have enough available in the outer years.
Okay.
But I do believe, and I think we have it, we have a number, but we'll confirm with finance. It's in the couple to $3 million range.
It is in it's $4.5 million, and the reason, because I looked at the AFR numbers recently, so we can firm up that number.
Okay.
Before lunch, after lunch.
Yes, that would be great just to see. And obviously that makes sense. We do the same thing with our transportation funding. And, you know, it looks like we'll need to backfill when we get to 38, 39, those of us who are still here. But yeah, I think it's just important for this board to know that we have not we've been very conservative in our funding and our use of the money thus far, and so we have not been spending down how much we actually are getting each year. So I think it would be good for us to see that. And certainly what you're recommending for this year is very modest increases. So I just wanted to create that context. Commissioner Burton.
Yes, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. So that money that is being requested comes from the opioid settlement funds. Okay, now I understand. Thank you.
And the other thing I was going to request, first of all, great about the data dashboard that you all are launching. Will that have demographic data? So will we be able to see, for instance, if we're going to track how many people are overdosing, their ethnicity, their age, race, whatever, gender, will we be able to see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And also related to who's in treatment as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Great.
And we're actively already tracking a lot of the data. So we're looking forward to figuring out what's appropriate for public facing. But yes, all of those would be included.
Okay, great. And then if you could share with this board, since we are following Exhibit A related to the opioid settlement, if you could share with everyone what those high impact strategies are that we're allowed to use. If you could follow up with us on that.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will turn it over. Oh, go ahead.
I have the answer to the question. I get a check plus for memory. The answer is 4.6 million. I was $100,000 off. Actually, Crystal Lee shared this number in her presentation last week. So, yeah. And that was as of the end of this fiscal year. So this does not account for the dollars for the current year. So.
Wait, say that again. It doesn't account.
So we have $4.6 million at the end of June 30, 2024. So then if we were to look at the 1.5 million that's projected for the current year, whatever is not spent would roll into that fund balance number.
Okay. Great.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Burton.
Yes, thank you for your presentation, and I know that Jason, I'm going to have to get with you because I met you previously because I want to learn as much as I can about this issue. I have a couple of questions. One, I want to know more about fentanyl, how dangerous this drug is. I don't know much. I've been trying to Google and learn more, but really learn about its effects and the harm that it causes. So if you can just briefly tell me about, fentanyl.
Sure. So yes, so fentanyl has been obviously something that's been laced. I believe it's just a synthetic that has been kind of infiltrated into the drug supply. I'm not a fentanyl expert per se. In there, and I'm obviously still learning awfully a lot about it. But we also know just how highly dangerous it is. And so it's typically accounting for about 60% of the death that we see in overdose rates. So when we look at the overdose deaths that are happening, we can see we also have charts that are showing the fentanyl related. So essentially when an overdose is happening, we're able to test those drugs to see what's in the drug supply. And we're able to see the high effects of fentanyl, essentially what they're causing the deaths of those. And so it doesn't require but just a tad bit of fentanyl for it to just throw everything off. And it's highly into the drug supply and just causing havoc essentially on there. So yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I've been hearing about it. I don't know much about it. I know it's just causing a lot of deaths. It's causing a lot of harm. So I appreciate that. Sure. And then the question I had is I wrote it down. Okay. How are there more individuals who are more prone to addiction? And I'm thinking about this like with other chronic diseases such as, high blood pressure, diabetes. And or does it just affect everybody the same way? Anybody can become addicted to these substances. And the reason I'm thinking this way is is there any way do we target people to ensure that they don't become addicted to these substances, or there's just no way of knowing? I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I think as you bring up a great question, it's a complex question as well. I think there are many contributing factors to addiction. I will say this, that I don't think there's no discriminatory factors of addiction. And so I think essentially there is, I guess you could look at it from many different ways, but there's individuals who are coming there using it for pain. It's just, constantly pain medicine. Then there's the overprescribing of pain medications. And once tolerance is built up and that's no longer really doing what it needs to do, I just think of myself when ibuprofen doesn't work and I'm still in pain. I'm like, okay, you need to give me something else because I'm dying in pain. And so sometimes that's not regulated. And so sometimes, unfortunately, it does lead to other problems. I don't find that there's a particular person that we target for that. I think everyone is essentially susceptible to addiction. But that's just what I've seen so far. I'm still learning, and one of the things that we want to do is have individuals with living experience to be at the table and really have these honest and transparent conversations so we can learn more together about the issue.
And in addition to Mr. Smith's response, I'm sure we'd be glad to share some research with the board around predisposition and drug addiction, if it's useful for you all. Thank you.
Yeah, that'll be helpful. I was just going to say, because, understanding addiction, how do we help people through this? Because you're right, it's complex, right? And so making sure people get the care and support that they need. So I appreciate what you all are doing with this, and I'm still learning a lot about this too. Thank you.
And just to add on to what Jason stated, we attended a opioid conference, and one of the speakers, he was a doctor, and he stated, it was a room full of people. He was like, you think that addiction actually focus or target one population. He was like, but if you think about it, there's several people in here who has addiction problems, who may be addicted to prescription drugs. He's like, and sometimes we try to think that it's one particular person or ethnicity. He was like, but no, this opioid, it affects everyone. And so that's why we want to get the information out that it could be anyone that has an addiction problem, and we want to make sure that they feel welcome to come and talk to us, that we're able to get these resources out.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. And I just that's a great question. I just want to follow up since 2017, I've been co-chairing with Dr. Wanda Boone our countywide task force addressing substance and medication use. And one of the things that I've learned is that the stigma surrounding addiction is a huge barrier. And also access to care. People having access to mental health and physical health care. So those can be some of the issues that can prevent people from getting the help and the care that they need. And unfortunately, we are seeing the criminalization of substance use disorder happening again right now. And that is one of the things that I am very, very alarmed about, because we have made astounding progress. You've all seen the news reports how nationally the overdose rates have dropped dramatically in the United States. And we know the reason why. It's from access to medication-assisted treatment, access to naloxone that reverses the overdoses. And now the federal government is cutting back funding for naloxone, for the medication-assisted treatments. And if these cuts go through related to Medicaid expansion, we are going to see the overdoses going up again, because the work requirements would probably very much target people who are in recovery. And if you've gone to a recovery court graduation, you know that you've seen that when people are in recovery, eventually they are able to work. But we don't expect people when they've just had heart surgery to walk out the door and start working again. And that's the way we need to think about recovering from substance use disorder as well. So I'll stop there. Commissioner Valentine.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Smith, the pleasure's all mine. I don't think I've ever met you. Yes. So good to see you and have you here today. Let me just make a comment regarding the distribution of the opioid settlement, which I think spread out over the 18-year period is purposeful in a way that shows that we had some foresight to think critically about how this money would be spent over the course of years. I'll be quite old in the year of, let's see, when does this end? I'll be an old man by the time that this money is running out. So, Commissioner Jacobs, you're correct. When you looked at me, I hope to be here, but I'll be old. Yeah, I'll be old. Yeah. So my question. So you had mentioned that you were going to provide us with some of the Exhibit A strategies. And my question was actually going to be, have there been any movement to assess Exhibit B strategies? And I think there have been some movement in that regard, and the creation of the advisory board is sort of moving us in that direction. All right, so to that end, I think it's going to be important, and the dashboard is wonderful with regards to having data available to our residents. But it's also going to be important that we know the entities, and particularly in the out years, that's going to receive this money. Knowing this community the way that they do, they're going to want to know how this money is being spent, right? And so I think that's going to be important. So accountability to Durham County is going to be important. You had talked about youth prevention as something that initially wasn't under consideration, but it's very much in the conversation. So how do you envision the youth prevention sort of model being integrated into the opioid settlement?
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you so much for your comments as well. So one of the strategies is bringing on the advisory committee to kind of really help and really hear the input and feedback across the advisory committee, but also getting community input, really putting that on the table specifically around youth prevention, and how we plan on to address it is one of the things that I failed to mention too is we plan on putting out an open RFP process specifically to address that issue if that's one of the highest raised priorities that we kind of foresee across concerns with the community and things of that nature. But one, the advisory committee, two, getting the community input, and then really bringing enough information and data to bring to you all, honestly, to go to see if there's something we want to move forward with. And if so, we'll put out an RFP process to make that available so we can start addressing that. I will say that we have very limited movement in terms of school health, in terms of we are trying to get in there, but we are having some bumps in the road and trying to get into the school system through school health with this type of work. So there's many different avenues, many different ways, and I've worked with partners in Durham County around youth prevention, specifically around COVID and other diseases as well. So I think that the organizations and the entities are out there. I think just the opportunity to help make that impact, just awaiting on us.
Thank you. The other thing I wanted to discuss is you had talked about the need for additional personnel to help in this work. You identified several key positions that you're looking to fill. Would it be correct to say that it's going to be quite a number of years before the exact infrastructure to carry out this is going to take place? And so have you thought long term about what this infrastructure is going to look like and what the costs are going to be associated with that? And you don't have to have the answer today, but those sorts of things that I'm sort of thinking about already.
Okay, I thought you had a comment. I think it is something that we are still thinking through. We don't have all the answers yet, just in terms of how we want to build the infrastructure. But I think it is a part of the collaborative strategic planning process and how we do build the infrastructure. And we're talking 18 years. And so one of the things that we are aware of is that things will change over time. So what does that look like? How does our strategy movements, change, things of that nature? So we're still looking at how the infrastructure will look like long term.
And one other thing we talked about previously is trying to keep our budget at like that 1.3 million each year, so that we will have money for the 18 years. I don't know. I'm like Commissioner Jacobs. I won't be here that long, but just trying to.
Hopefully we will. Hopefully we will. Hopefully we will.
Yes, so just making sure that we have the funding in place, because as Jason stated, when we get to 38, 39, the 512 million, that's not, thousand, sorry. Yeah. That's not gonna be a lot of money for the infrastructure, but if we can kind of level set at a certain amount each year, then we'll have money to spend during that time. And what we did find out from OSAT is if we're at year 18 and we have extra money, we can keep going until the money ends, until we run out of money. So it doesn't stop at 18.
Okay, good.
So.
Now that's some helpful information.
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So being conservative now really helps us out.
Okay. All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I think, thanks to our current governor, former Attorney General Josh Stein and his team, we have an excellently structured settlement that is really unique in the whole country. And so it is important that we have this constant source of money over the next 18 years. It's not that much money. We know it's really not that much, but the way I look at it is that we came into this with Durham County already having an A team. We already had amazing public health staff who were working on harm reduction, and we have the North Carolina Harm Reduction Coalition to partner with in the community. We already have public health running this incredible community linkages to care program, doing peer support. We already had our community paramedics who were doing innovative treatment in the field, getting grants. We already had our jail MAT program. So we were actually already leading the way with programs that I think, thanks to having the Durham Joints together running for many years. So we didn't have to sit here and think, okay, what do we need to do? What can we do? So I just want to lift that up and just lift up all of the Durham County staff who have been doing amazing work in this area. And especially, I just think it's incredible to see those numbers around when people overdose, in that moment, being able to offer them to start treatment right away. And then the peer support specialists that follow up with them and provide the wraparound care. Because we know it's not rocket science. People need the support, they need the case management. And honestly, we should be honoring the lived experience of people and also offering employment. I was on our statewide NCACC Just One More Thing task force, and one of the most popular thing that came out of that year-long initiative was peer support specialists, because that's something, whether you're a rural county or an urban county, you're going to have community members who are recovering, and they need jobs as well. And they need to have their valuable life lessons put to work. So I hope that we will keep, supporting that program, which is, you referenced, is really difficult. I wanted to know when do you feel like the advisory committee will start? Because that's one of our requirements, right, for the opioid settlement.
Yes, ma'am. So we just submitted a resolution to adopt and establish the advisory committee. So that should be coming your way here shortly. We do know that there is a 30-day application phase once it is adopted. So I'm looking, hopefully by July-ish, we should have the onboarding of the advisory committee, which we're highly anticipating and looking forward to.
Okay, fantastic. And the, do you happen to know what the interaction is with the HEART program, with all these different programs? Do you have any idea? I imagine that there is collaboration, but I would love for us to hear more about that, whether that, in terms of referrals or things like that.
Yeah, at this time I don't have much information around the current interaction, but we're more than glad to get that and look into that.
And I just want to say, I am concerned about the referral rate only being 5.5% or something from our Recovery Response Center. And I think we need to understand what is going on. That is a county-funded program, and that's our drop-in center for people who are having any type of behavioral health crisis, substance use disorder, and that should be a really strong referral source for us. And the Community Linkages to Care program used to have a peer support specialist located there. I don't think they do anymore, but yeah, so I think I would like for us to get more information about that. And also I want to lift up Lincoln and the Morse Clinic, because Lincoln has an outstanding program, MAT program, and the fact that the pharmacy is right there, people can get their medications. And also, this is another comment for our board to be aware of, the Lakewood Clinic, which recently opened, Lincoln, the pharmacy has not been able to open yet. We need some collaboration with the Duke Health System on that, because the Lakewood Clinic was meant to actually be a huge MAT clinic, and it has not. The problem is that people are not able to get the medications there, and you want to have the one-stop shop. So I want to just lift up that issue for our board, and to also share that the city, they first used their tranche of opioid dollars 100% for the Lincoln MAT program, and then now their latest allocation is for harm reduction. So it's great to have their partnership in this work as well. Any closing comments? Oh, Joanne.
I have a closing comment, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of Public Health, and it's directed to Commissioner Jacobs. Thank you for your many, many years of working in this space. It's been complex, it's been tough. We've had some wins, and we have a lot of work to do, but we really appreciate your work and uplifting the language of substance use disorder consistently. And you've been in the trenches with us, and we just want to appreciate you for that. It's tireless work, and it's behind the scenes, but just wanted to say thank you. We really appreciate it, and we're in this space, and we thank you for your continued advocacy, and to the entire board, thank you for your support.
Thank you. Commissioner Burton.
I just wanted to lift up Lincoln too, and just shout out why it's so important that we support Lincoln Community Health for its important work, particularly with this opioid use disorder. So thank you all so much.
And Jason, any closing comments?
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you to each of the commissioners. Very nice meeting you as well for the first time. But nice seeing you all. Thank you guys for your time and just the ability to kind of indulge us in this very important topic. And Commissioner Jacobs, just a very personal thank you to you as well. I've been in this role for about 10 months. I've been in public health for the previous 2 years, and I worked for the city of Baltimore for the previous 12 years. But when I first came into this role, you kind of took me by the arm and really helped me and brought me up to speed. And I really do appreciate that as well. So I'm looking forward to all the work that we have coming down the pipe, and just making a more impactful Durham County.
Thank you. And everyone come to the town hall next week.
That's right.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will, did you want to say something? Oh, okay. what we'll do is just maybe take a 10-minute break and do a working lunch. Is that, or do you want to do that?
Let's do a lunch because DSS is scheduled for 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, okay.
Yes. Yep.
All right.
All right.
I
Thank you.
I was worried that I had been long-winded, which I typically am, so
All right. We appreciate that.
Okay.
All right.
So 1 o'clock then. Okay, great. Thank you.
It appears the ABC board manager is here, and so if you're okay for us starting a little earlier, that'll be great. So we can take can we do a 20-minute?
Okay.
Okay.
We will come back in 20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you
And
so much.
Thank you. Everyone's here. Thank you, and welcome to Mr. Lou Sordell, who is our manager of our ABC stores, and it's great to have you here with us today. And it looks like you're riding solo today.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so yeah, appreciate you coming and sharing, giving us an update and discussing the budget, because a lot of people don't realize, oh, we do have a board member here who just walked in.
Yes, we have a couple board members.
Oh, okay.
I'll introduce
Okay,
them.
I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs.
Okay.
Dear Durham County Commissioners and Durham County government members, my name is Lou Sordell. I'm the General Manager for Durham County ABC Board, and it's a great honor to be here today to be able to present our annual report. I would like to introduce our board members, Mr. Don Lepkes and Dr. Ryan Orkart. I will start my presentation with an overlook at our proposed budget for the next fiscal year 26. We are estimating our top line revenue sales from alcoholic beverages to be at $63.4 million, with other income being $50,000, totaling to $63,490,418. Out of that revenue, the taxes will equal $14,816,939. Cost of sales for all the spirituous liquors purchased would be about $32,440,435. Our biggest asset for Durham County ABC Board are our team members, and next fiscal year 2026 we are budgeting an increase of total 4%, where 2% will be cost of living increase and additional 2% for merit. The personal expenses will equal $6.9 million, adding the other operating expenses, totaling the total operating expenses at $11 million. As we grow as a company and provide more modern shopping experience for Durham County residents, we feel it's very important for us to keep growing and building high quality modern stores. And with that said, we are in a second half stage for finishing our store at TW Alexander. We are currently renting right next to Food Lion, and we purchased land a few years back. We started construction this fiscal year, and we'll be finishing it next fiscal year. Hopefully, we'll be moving in by November or January, the latest. The amount allocated for next fiscal year to complete this build is $1.45 million. So our total estimated expense for next fiscal year is $59,787,000. Part of being in a controlled state in North Carolina is mandatory profit distributions. Next fiscal year, our distributions to City of Durham will equal to $242,551. For Durham County, $2,182,966. We are under contract with ALE. It's a state agency that provides ABC police services for us, and the law enforcement amount for the distribution is $400,000. We also are required to work with nonprofit organizations within the Durham County that support treatment, prevention, and education for for citizens with alcohol abuse or drug abuse issues. With that amount for next fiscal year will stay the same at $525,000. In the times like this, we feel it's very important to keep these funds to these organizations, because a lot of these funds are being cut by the federal government, and a lot of these organizations would be in a bad situation if it wasn't for Durham County ABC. I'll go over the organizations that we funded this year. Our working capital will equal to $352,000 for next fiscal year. For our grant recipients for this year, we funded Boys and Girls Clubs of Durham and Orange counties, Durham County Justice Services, El Futuro, Jubilee Home, Lincoln Community Health Center, Durham Proud, Purpose Learning Lab, Student U, and Urban Ministries of Durham. Our grant committee that includes our Durham County ABC board members. They work really, really hard to find a complex group of organizations that touch Durham County from each and every way. We conduct site visits every year, and those visits are very crucial for us to understand what every organization does and how it helps Durham County citizens. If I had to point one out that really touched me personally, we funded Jubilee Home last year, where they were able to build a first women's center for women that incarcerated and come out of the system. And the house was built beautifully, and it was very proud moment for us to see that what we do creates a place like that. To summarize our stores, we have 10 stores currently. We opened a new store at Glen School Road next to Walmart in Durham. We found this area to be underserved, and we wanted to make sure that all Durham County citizens have a store within the vicinity of where they live. And I'll have some pictures for you to see how we did it. We also moved our store in Hope Valley. It's one of our older stores. It was our smallest store. It was producing a lot of revenue for Durham County, and we feel it was important for us to rebuild it so it's more 21st century store, more modern with more storage and the opportunity to serve the Durham County citizens better. So we actually moved it to a leased property. It used to be a bottle shop, Sam's Bottle Shop, and we under leased there for a few years until we tear the old building down and rebuild it. This is what the new building will look like. So as you see, it's very modern, a lot of light. The side facing Food Lion is the top picture, and that side already is at 15 feet, so it will have a significant presence there. So anybody shopping in Durham County will be proud to have a store like that. This is the store at Glen School Road. It's part of the shopping center. This is what it looked like before we took over and moved in, and this is what it looks like now. We, as Durham County ABC, are helping the stores around it as well with our presence there. There are more customers frequenting the other areas as well. Our store 4, which is the TW store that I mentioned in our budget, currently in the top picture, we are right next to Food Lion. It used to be a gym, and we purchased the land, what you see there, the Mark X. And right now we have a roof, we have the sides, it's all bricked out. They are working on concrete inside, and like I said, hopefully by November we'll be moved in. this is what the store will look like when it's finished. So again, very modern, and it will serve that area a lot better being bigger. For our next project, within the next 10 years, we purchased the land at Hoover Road, South Hoover Road, and we will be moving our warehouse there together with our admin office and our ALE office. And also we will be serving all mixed beverage customers that are in downtown out of this warehouse. It's a lot closer for them. It will be a lot bigger. It will provide more customer service for them, and it will make us more efficient as an organization, having all these pieces together. Right now, it's all separated. And this is a financial overlook for Durham County ABC. As you see where we were in 2018 all the way to 2024 and how we grew. And that's about the time when we started really aggressively investing our profit back into the buildings and modernization, technology, our team members, and overall improvement of the company. During COVID, as you see, the sales have not slowed down other than mixed beverage sales. An important fact to mention, as I said, it's very, we try to keep our relationship with mixed beverage customers at the high level, and during COVID we were able to buy a lot of the liquor back from them to help them out survive those hard times. This is a little graph for post-COVID trends. As you know, the economy is in a very uncertain place right now, and for alcoholic beverage sales, it also shows, and it kind of matches what we see from a national standpoint as well. Our sales in 23 were a little over $62 million, where in 24, the increase was just slight. So the economy is flat when it comes to alcoholic beverage sales. Our managed forecasted budget for this fiscal year is $62.9 million, and we are proposing the before mentioned $63.49 million for next fiscal year. And this is just some summary for you to see how the breakdown of different categories is for Durham. So this is top 50 items that sell the most in Durham County, and they are divided in categories by the amount of revenue. So this actually is from April 2020. And as you see, vodka, tequila, and whiskey had an equal share in Durham County. And going to 2024, post-COVID numbers, tequila has taken over quite a bit. All the other categories are showing lower numbers. And then when we go back to this past April, you see tequila almost close to half of overall take in Durham County market. And the important part why I'm mentioning this is because as a company and organization, we have to watch what's going on in a world, and with the tariffs, and if this is our number one product, we have to make sure that it's available for our citizens. And here, just a summary for those 3 years, you see how tequila just took over, and it's dominating the market. So we actually applied this breakdown to our stores. When you go to Durham County ABC stores, you'll see that tequila has the main part of the shelves. It's all the store resets are reflecting what we see in these trends. And at this time, I'd like to thank you for having me, and I'm open to any questions you may have.
Well, thanks so much, Lou, for your great leadership of a really big enterprise. You know, a budget of $63.4 million is significant. And I want to acknowledge another board member that came in, Mr. Daniel Edwards. And are you chair of the board now? Okay, who is the chair of the ABC? I'm sorry? Okay. Well, but thank you all. I want to acknowledge the board members because you represent us on this board, and you have a really big job, a really important job, overseeing this budget and this organization that has a huge impact on our local economy, but also the funding that we get directly, $2.182 million that feeds into our budget as well, and the $525,000 that goes into nonprofits, including Justice Services Department, which Durham County government as well. So I just want to thank you for that, as well as the investments that you have made in building really nice facilities throughout the county and revitalizing commercial strip development throughout the county. That has a multiplier effect on, again, revitalizing different parts of our community. And I just would love it if you could provide us even a map so that we could see geographically where all of the ABC stores are. It would be great to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I will turn it over to everyone for questions. Commissioner Burton?
Yes, thank you so much for this presentation. As a new commissioner, I'm learning about the ABC stores, the board. So, you know, I really have learned something new, seeing how many sales is generated, right? And I know where the Glen School Road store is. It's in not too far from where I live. So the question I have is with regards to the grants. Is that a set-aside amount? Can you increase the amount that the ABC board can give away, or how do they apply for the grants? How does that work?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Barton. Yes, the amount, because of all the hard work of the team that works for Durham County ABC, has been increasing every year, and with this year and all the uncertainties, the sales are not growing as they were before. That's why we decided to keep the budget the same. We didn't decrease it. We make cuts elsewhere to make sure that these organizations have the funds they need to keep functioning. So going forward, as we improve our facilities and the sales will follow and they will grow, we would love to grow that number as high as we can. That's a very important part of what we do, and we would keep working hard on it. So our board grant committee has the oversight on how much money goes to which organization, and they all apply and they all let us know what they need based on what projects or what they do with it, and then we go into meetings, and then we approve. The grant committee approves the different funds for different organizations, and they do apply. We have we announce it publicly when the grant cycle opens. We hold a meeting. If any of the organizations have any questions, we are there to answer the questions. And last year, or this fiscal year, we had the opportunity to host a networking event for the grantees for Durham County ABC Board, where they came together and collaborated on how they do different things in Durham County so they can better support the community and just find out what everybody does, because sometimes they're all on their little islands, and this event was very, very successful.
That's great. And yeah, let's hope that we can increase those grants, because there's so many needs in our community, right? So I appreciate that. And I guess the other question, maybe this can go to County Manager Hager, the $2.2 million that we receive as a county, is that that goes in our general fund and we could use it for whatever we want?
Yes, that goes in our general fund and it supports the overall budget.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. Sorry about that. Thank you for being here today and for your presentation. And more importantly, we couldn't thank you enough for your contribution in the form of the distribution that you provide for the county. We're hoping for your continued growth in the near future. I'm hoping to be at the new store that you're opening. I hope to be there for the official opening. And in addition to that, I want to also fall back on the grant provisions that you provide. And so I don't know if people thank you for that, but I'm going to personally today thank you. And I know my colleague had already sort of talked about this, but to the extent that you could expand in that area, we would be welcome to that. But thank you for what you do. So if it goes unappreciated and unsaid today, thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Valentine. I wish I could take the credit, but to be completely transparent, our board members are really the driving force behind the grants and all the good that goes back to our community. Without their leadership, specifically with the 5 people that we have on our board, none of this would be possible. You can see how the company has changed since this group of people have been present. They're a very, very hardworking board, and I'm honored to be serving under their supervision.
Well, let me go on record. Thank you to the board for your commitment to our community. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. I have some follow-up questions. It's really fascinating to look at the trend data and see how since 2018 to 2024, the growth in the ABC budget, the growth in revenues, and also the investments being made in opening new stores. And I also want to highlight, because I know we've talked about this, is that the investments that you've made in staff and making sure that there are fair wages and benefits for the staff. Maybe you could talk about that a little bit related to the staff.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs. Yeah, our team members are the most important people that walk through our doors. And since I've been had the privilege to serve, that was my number one priority, to make sure that our team is well taken care of. And we improved our health benefits quite a bit to match what Durham County provides for Durham County employees. Our increases are in line with the surrounding boards. Even in these uncertain times, we want to make sure that our employees are still receiving increases. And just one more example to mention that I'm very, very proud of. Our HR director, Tristan Coleman, worked really, really hard in negotiation with our health provider, Cigna, and she negotiated $10,000 credit towards health benefit for our employees, and she turned it into shoes. So every single employee that's full-time with us, and some part-timers, they were able to go to a specialized store and get fitted for orthopedic shoes, because they stand on their feet all day, and they all were able to go and get shoes that our health provider funded. It didn't even cost us anything. And now if you go to Durham County stores and ask them about their shoes, they'll all be happy to show you their new shoes. So things like that, we are constantly trying to improve on different things for our team members. We hold regular meetings every month with our full-time staff, our managers, assistant managers, and we try to collaborate on how we can do what we do for them better.
Wow, that's fantastic. So just in terms of trends, I know this year you're budgeting, 2.182 million. But for the record, what was the amount last year?
The amount last year was a little higher. We were exactly at let's see here. It was this year actually we'll be at 2.9 million.
So this fiscal year is 2.9. Keith is getting up.
You're specifically asking about ABC dollars that are coming to the county?
Yes, for FY in this year's budget.
In this year's budget, we have 2.75 million. Currently in our SAP system, we have collected 2.6 plus million, but I don't think we're done collecting yet for this year. And last year we collected 2.7 million, slightly over that, I think, David, 2.709, and we had budgeted 2.7. The year before that, 23-24, we had budgeted 2.6 million and we collected 2.6 million. So
okay,
they're on target to meet their numbers. It's always a constant conversation about can that number grow?
Yes. So every year in the budget, I always ask, and I'm going to ask, what would it look like for you at least to keep flat funding this year, understanding that you're not projecting a lot of increase, being very conservative, and also I know you're investing a lot in the new facilities, but would it be possible? I know you are proposing the 2.18, but would it be possible for you all to consider at least having the flat funding of 2.75 for the county?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Jacobs. To be a good servant of the company, we set that number at 2.1 to have a balanced budget with the projects that were put in place a few years back, completing the build of the store and the purchase of the warehouse. That's the main reason. So the money is coming back, just being reinvested into the company for those builds. So then as years come, that number can go back. So we are investing in our future to give back the number that we were giving in the past years.
Okay. What will be your fund balance with this budget? Will you have a fund balance, or in terms of? Yeah.
Yes. So we right now the budget is balanced, and we will have $300,000 after all the profit distributions are finalized.
Okay. That's not a very large fund balance, so I will say for a $63.4 million budget. And then in terms of the allocations to the grant recipients, I also want to thank you all for having a rigorous process. It has not always been that way in the past, and I want to acknowledge this board for doing your due diligence and actually going out and visiting the sites and really being invested in it. I love the fact that you had some event where you brought everyone together. That's a really interesting idea of how you build relationships and connections between nonprofits. We might want to follow up on that example here as we try to encourage people to collaborate when there's less and less opportunity in the environment that we're in. Because looking at the list, you have very reputable nonprofits that you're investing in, as well as county departments, and that are different parts of the system when you look at who you're funding. So what was the amount last year for this fund also, just to have the perspective?
It was the same amount.
Okay, so this you're keeping flat.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I won't push you too much then on the, because we could use that money for some of the other requests that we have, but knowing that you really don't have a lot of wiggle room on the fund balance that you have. But I hopefully next year we can get back up to at least the 2.75 million. I hope so. Yeah. And related to the tariffs, and fascinating to see the tequila is that I would never have known that. Do you have any insight into why that is?
I think tequila started taking off around the time when the COVID started, where different brands became available. I remember when I first came to US, there was only 1 or 2 brands available. And now you look at the stores and you have wall-to-wall tequila, different products from different parts of the tequila region. So I think the consumers are just more educated about good quality products, and that's what they prefer. And the variety is there, the quality is there. Sometimes there are social media influencers that could cause some of that growth as well. But I think just having it available, I think, plays a big role in it. And nationally, during COVID, the products were not available as they are now, and now that part has leveled off a little bit, and companies caught up to the demand. But now with everything going on, I think the customers are more careful about what they buy, how much they spend. So that's why we see that flat line in revenue. And as a company, we look just like Durham County does. We look 10 years out, even further. And this far, we have touched every single building we have one way or another. We have 2 more stores left that need to be rebuilt because they are just too old, and the cost of running them at a current state is just not efficient. Together with the warehouse build and finishing some of the projects that you have seen on my presentation, in the 10-year plan, we'll be able to, after completing everything, we'll be able to focus more on getting back to those numbers as you've seen before for our profit distributions, and also increasing that number for the organizations that we sponsor, that we fund. So if you give us a little bit of time, we'll be back there, and we'll do our part and be a partner like we have been.
Thank you. And my last question is, in terms of the revenues, do you have data on the breakdown between what are the individuals coming in to buy at the store versus the retail sales, directly to bars, restaurants, hotels, that
breakdown follows the graphs that I presented. That's a mixture of all. It's not divided into the bars and restaurants, but a lot of times what people are drinking at the bars, they get exposed to different flavors, different drinks, and then they go to the store and buy a bottle of the corresponding product. So,
but in terms of your sales, do you track your direct sales to, when bars or restaurants are ordering for you directly versus, how that's what I'm looking for, is understanding
how much revenue is coming from the mixed beverage side of things?
Yes.
Yes. So we are budgeting for next fiscal year. The breakdown would be $50 million for retail sales and $13,404,000 from mixed beverage sales. And that trend has been very interesting, especially during COVID, because during COVID, most of the sales were coming from the retail side, and the mixed beverage side slowed down quite a bit. And then coming out of COVID, that mixed beverage side has grown quite a bit for Durham County. If I click back to
Oh, yeah, I see the slide there. Yeah.
the breakdown. So basically from 2018, where we were at $8 million, at 24 fiscal year, we were at $13 million for mixed beverage. And the one thing I have to say, our team focuses on that customer service part of the relationship between us and the bars and the restaurants. So anytime a new establishment wants to come to Durham and do business, we try to help them as much as we can to make sure they have the products they want, the amounts they want, especially with allocated bourbon. That's a very important component for the new establishments when they start, and get them going the right way.
Okay, that's helpful. And I think it's also important we look at the potential for expanding the revenues, the whole ecosystem that we have. Daniel Edwards and I, when he served as chair of the Tourism Authority Board previously, but just thinking about, again, this whole issue of how do we help support our restaurants, our hotels, and our local businesses. The bars really can benefit from having more visitors to Durham, more events, more tourism, convention center events. Those will help boost those mixed beverage sales. So another reason for us to think more broadly about that. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. Any other final comments or questions? Well, thank you again for your great work, and thank you to the board.
Thank you.
Our final presentation today is from our DSS director, Maggie Clapp. Welcome, Maggie.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and County Manager. I also brought Contessa Sawyer with me, my program manager, as I know you had some additional questions on low-income housing, and she is over that program. So just in case there's anything that I could not answer.
Thank you. Just in time for the train.
Oh, okay, the clicker's here. Okay. Okay, so our current department highlights. Over the past year, we have brought in Allies for Outcomes. We're going to continue collaborating with them and working with them into the next fiscal year. We initially started with them coming in. They are a consulting group that works with supervisors and child welfare on best practices. So we initially started working with them in that capacity. And then throughout their work, which they have done an amazing job, we also realized that we needed some additional support with our program managers and all the way up through our leadership program. So we're going to continue to work with them. They have also helped us with some critical team building needs in Medicaid, FNS, and CATD, which is our division over training and QA. There is some struggles going on there, and so they came in and they have done a phenomenal job with that, and the teams are working much better together. So that has been a successful contract. We also contracted with CCR. They came in and did a lean process of Medicaid and FNS. Durham had not had one in I think for a very long time. And so what that is they come in and they look at the way you process cases and your processes around that, and they look to see, are there any deficiencies? Are we working efficiently as we can? Are there things that we need to do better, do differently? So they also assessed our caseloads for new staff into Medicaid and food and nutrition. So where a new staff person should be with a caseload where someone should be at 9 months, a year, and 2 years, so we can better help manage our caseload numbers. That contract ended in February of 2025. And we're continuing with School of Government trainings from the UNC School of Government. They came in and did Managing with Respect for all of the leadership team, including me and my team. And we're continuing to do that to build our culture up of respect and accountability, and also to continue to work on retention. Excuse me. Traverse Northwoods is a document management system for child welfare and aging and adult services. The state currently does not have one in the works at all for aging and adult services, and it was desperately needed. They are working on one for child welfare. When I got here 2 years ago, they were supposed to have one ready to go. They had to pull that back and restart again with another agency. So we decided, since Durham County is in the last phase of any implementation for a child welfare system from the state, we knew it would be a couple of years before we got anything, and so we knew that we needed to have a different case management system. So we're continuing to work with them for child welfare and aging and adult services. One of the things I'm going to talk about in the next couple of slides is some of the things that we've done to make our agency more efficient and make sure that we had staff in the right positions, and also our reduction in usage of temp staff. So over the next couple of slides, I'll go through that. Any questions so far on anything? Okay. So I just wanted to give a kind of a picture of where things are with our restructure. So when I came into Durham DSS, we had just come out of COVID. And the first year that I assessed, I saw that we probably could be doing things a little bit differently in some areas, and that I did not want to ask for additional staff when I knew Medicaid expansion staff we'd received, but also I felt we had some areas that we could transition positions. So these are all positions that I have reclassed, assessed that we had a need in another area and less of a need in that area. So what has come out of that is we do have an intensive treatment team now for aging and adult, APS, Adult Protective Services. And that is extremely helpful. As you know, across the nation, our communities are aging and our cases are getting more complicated and the needs are increasing. So we were able to do that with this restructure. Also, SA was made mandatory, and so that we cannot have a wait list anymore for SA, and so that team was drowning in work, so we were able to reclass and put a position added to that team to help out with that workload. We also moved James Hart, who was over our, I'm trying to think of it, not retention, when they come into the agency. Thank you. It's been a day. Recruitment. But we didn't really have anything focused on retention at the agency. So when I came in, we were at 15% vacancy rate. We have now maintained 11% pretty steadily the last 2 years because we're really trying to focus on retention. And so we moved him to be over a retention department. He's going to have a staff person who reports to him that's going to work on internal trainings, not so much the trainings of how to do Medicaid, but more of sort of the soft skills training, motivational interviewing, and that kind of thing, so we can have that internal and continue to work on our retention. So for that, I gave a position to HR to have them focus, that this position focus mainly on DSS recruitment. And that has worked really, really well. Our packets have been moving very quickly because that's his sole focus, whereas James had about 50 different hats. And since it has worked out so well, I recently met with Kathy Everett Perry, and I have identified a position in DSS to transition to HR to work just for DSS and employee relations, because Rod does not just work for DSS, even though I'm sure some days it might feel like that. So we just, and that will help us be more timely with things that we need out of there. So we are working to reclass that as we speak. And I'm just trying to, and then the other thing that we were able to do with the reclasses is we were the only county of our size that had a long-term care team in Medicaid that had 10 staff reporting to one supervisor. Now, in children family Medicaid, that's okay if it has to be, but in long-term care, that is where the county and us could have the biggest financial impact if we have to ever do a payback with long-term care and we don't process a case correctly. So we were able to reclass 2 positions, make one a supervisor and a lead, and split those teams up. And that's actually happened. We have the supervisor in place, and that has caused that work then to be have better oversight with less staff.
Maggie, quickly, you said SA. Can you define SA?
Yes, Contessa, what? Special assistance, thank you. And that, again, is an entitlement, so we cannot have a wait list. If somebody needs it, they have to have it. So that team's work is just going to continue to grow because that continues to be a need, and you'll see that in one of my slides.
And that's for adult and aging services?
Correct, yes. And so with the temp staff, we love our temps, but we were really, I feel, way overutilizing temps. So in the last year, I was able to bring our usage down from 1.10 million to 0.53 million this fiscal year. And it's not impacted the work at all. In fact, I think it's actually helped us with the work and become more efficient because we're owning the work. So we do still have temps for certain areas, but overall we've been able to greatly reduce that. So that's something that I'm happy about, and I'm going to continue to work on that. So the one thing that we did request from the county this year is our adoption assistance, our 4 e-payments. Unfortunately, we have to, not unfortunately, these children deserve that, but the children that we have in care, we have to continue to provide for them through extended foster care and until they're 18, except in some situations. And so that is something that even if as we now continue to focus more on reunification and hopefully those numbers increase, we still have a large number of children in care. It's 347 that are receiving this assistance. So that's going to, as some drop off and age out, others come in. And so this is just something that's a mandatory thing that we have to pay for. And it continues to grow each year. So we are trying to budget for that. Any questions on that?
And was this funded in the budget, this amount?
Yes, I believe it was. Yes. Well, Keith? Yes, okay. The homeowner tax relief program. So the fiscal year for 2025, the budget was $500,000 from the city, $500,000 from the county. Year-to-date spending is $803,414. And to date, this is an overall increase, as you can see, about close to $300,000. And so I know you did have some questions for us, Commissioner Jacobs, about that. I don't know if you got the answers or do you want me to? Okay. Well, Contessa, I'm going to turn that over to you.
Good afternoon. So as it relates to LIHR, the Low Income Homeowners Relief Program, to date we have received 767 applications and 564 have qualified for those benefits. The trend data for the program, I believe we have that up there as far as spending. In recommendations, we currently recommend reverting back to allow applications from August to January, given that we are no longer providing case management throughout the year.
Can I say something? Okay, so can you just slow down a little bit? Can you tell me how many applications were received this year?
767.
767, okay. All right, and so far, I guess $1 million is given a combined city, county, and so far only $803,000 has been spent.
Yes.
Okay, 670, thank you.
And Contessa, how many were approved, did you say, that met the criteria?
564. Now we are still open. The program actually closes tomorrow.
Okay. So we have not expended the funds. In other words, there has been adequate funding?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you're recommending to shorten the application period. Can you explain a little bit more why you think it's better to shorten it?
Sure. We were providing limited case management to the applicants that actually opted into the program. But what we find is that they are actually working with some of the social workers in adult services, so they're already receiving the referrals and the resources that this case management program was actually providing.
Okay. Are we, I guess one question is, are we anticipating with the revow that there could be an increase? I see Keir's shaking his head. Do we anticipate that there may be an increased need for this fund? And whether, I guess my question is, if we have if I'm assuming the funding is flat for this year, but I think my concern is what happens if we run out of money because of the, the revow. Yeah, people on fixed incomes, yeah.
I'll speak to that. When we started this initiative years ago, we had an approach to come back to the board as we had more insight on patterns, and that has allowed us to refine the program and expand what we could do to meet our resident needs. That assessment often happens at 2 points. I know close to the end of the calendar year, around December, and then January, February timeframe, I think there's a second look. So from a budget management perspective, I would anticipate staff coming back to say, these are the patterns we're seeing, and an appeal would be made to both the city and the county to look at what we could afford to do. That strategy seemed to have worked so far, and in this fiscal year that we're about to broach with folks seeing a different tax rate, we may have a higher level of participants.
Okay, thank you. That sounds like a good approach.
Thank you. So some of the concerns that could impact the budget again is that state county special assistance, which I discussed briefly. Since there's no cap, we cannot have a waiting list, and the standard monthly payment is 100% of the monthly payment if the individual resides in an adult care home. The state did adjust a COLA increase in January to 2.5%. So that's just an unknown out there. As I said, we don't know, so we just keep an eye on that. I'm also very focused on our unification efforts. And so this is an increased cost that we are managing internally. What that looks like is that we have extended visitation hours, I'm sorry, from going into the evenings and then also the weekends. Because we cannot afford the cost of security in our buildings during those times, we have to do these visits in public for safety reasons. So one thing that we will be doing is doing fun things with families, like taking them to Frankie's, or which is an amusement type game thing, or taking them out to dinner, so that we can do these visits in a positive way in the community for safety, but also support the family. So we would be paying those costs. And so that's just something we're managing internally. And then the other thing that has been an increase this last year, and I have checked, and it seems to not be throughout the state, is we are getting asked to pay for costs in court. We're being court ordered to pay for certain costs to help with reunification efforts that fall outside really of our mandate, but if we're court ordered, we have to pay for it. So I'm working with the judges on that so that we all have an understanding of what DSS is responsible to pay for and what's mandated. But again, that's just a concern that can impact our budget down the road. And then, of course, the unknown needs of the community and what the programs will be to continue to be supported, or with what restrictions. And by that, I mean food and nutrition and Medicaid and what that will look like, because I'm sure then our crisis services will most likely increase.
Maggie, can you give us an example of what is a court-ordered cost that really
Well, we were initially, yes, so we were initially court-ordered to pay $10,000 for flooring for a home with 2 teenagers in it because they had damaged the flooring of the house prior to them being removed, and then when they were being put back in. That's not a safety concern. It would be if the child was 4 years old, but a teenager it was not. And so we were a little bit wondering why. But I've had conversations, and that has seemed to decrease now, that we've had those conversations with what is appropriate and what is not. Obviously, for a 4-year-old, yes, that absolutely, you can't have holes in the floor, but 2 teenagers, yes, you can. So we just want to make sure that when we're court ordered to pay for something, it is for the right things.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Clapp?
Yes.
Good to see you, by the way.
You too.
It's like I just saw you.
It is, isn't it?
Yes. So I was aware of the extended visitation hours and weekends, but you had raised a concern that I wasn't aware of with regards to security.
Mm-hmm.
And so what would the cost look like associated with that if you were to have those visitations in-house?
Mo, I think you're in here. I'm gonna give that one to you.
I knew there was a reason why I was here. So after 7 p.m., the officers there are working at a rate of $35 an hour in order to support security needs of the facility. If the facility were going to be open and you need to actually do screening, there's 3 personnel that work in screening, and then you need an ambassador at the desk.
And since a lot of times too, we might not, and I believe also after hours, we have to notify them quite ahead of time.
Most definitely.
Yes.
So that we can schedule the officers, the contractor can schedule the officers to be available.
And so a lot of times we may have a parent who is running late or has to do a last minute switch on a day or something happens. So normally they're scheduled out, but not that far in advance all the time. And so that's when we talk to some other counties who do this, they use that same concept of kind of using the community as just a added support.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Glad you were here. The other concern that we have is I believe most likely LEAP will be cut. That's the word that we're getting from the state and the federal government, and we had our meeting with them a couple of weeks ago as the Directors Association. SIP will probably remain, but we don't know what our funding will look like. So, and that, if they cut LEAP, then if we continue to offer that, that would be passed on down to the state or the county to allocate that. And
SIP?
SIP is our energy program. I'm sorry. Yeah, SIP is our energy program.
Oh, I thought LEAP was.
LEAP is for seasonal and the elderly population, and there's no crisis requirement. SIP is all year, but it is you have to have a crisis requirement.
Okay.
Yeah, I finally got that figured out yesterday. And so we just, we ran out of our SIP allocation about, I think, 2 months ago. The counties that had overage, the state reallocated that, so we got an additional $25,000. In a week and a half, that was gone. So we are now again with no SIP funding. And that is paid directly to the state, from the state. We process the applications, but that's paid directly to the state. And then I'm just going to say the 179,352, what that is we're capped at that a year. So for those workers that are working on the LEAP applications and the SIP applications, if they code it to this, we get those dollars back for workers' time to support the program. But again, we're capped at that.
So we're looking at losing basically over 2.3 or $4 million that we are not going to be able to probably make up at the local level. It'll be very difficult for us to cover.
Correct.
This program, which helps people pay to have electricity, heating, air conditioning.
Yep. Yes.
Yep.
So I have heard, I've not heard anything with SIP, and I'd be very surprised if they did take away SIP altogether, but I think the LEAP they might, because there is no crisis requirement for that. So my biggest concern right now, of course, is Medicaid and FNS, but also I think as the county, we just need to be aware that TANF, so this SSBG is a state, it's a block grant, and TANF, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, comes out of that. That is used in a lot of different ways, and what we have last heard is that they are going to take that grant completely off the table. They do not feel that there's enough oversight, from what I've been told, and that counties, DSSs and other agencies can use it and not have a lot of accountability or oversight. So again, that's going to be a hard one if that happens, because overall the state contributes less than 5% to child and adult services. 60% of that is all federal, and 36% is all county funding. So the proposed cut is an overall 10% cut proposed. And again, increased penalties for states with errors. So if we process something in error, then that would come back onto us. The social services block grant is, I said, proposed total elimination, and Durham's allocation for that is $929,949 with a 25% county match. So total of $1.2 million.
And can you talk a little bit about what that would mean? What this is funding that people would no longer be able to get help with?
Well, the checks that are sent directly to them for assistance, TANF checks, so those checks are sent directly to families, so we wouldn't even know that percentage. I mean, I'm sure there's a percentage out there that we can get. We don't have anything to do with that, but that would come out of this. In addition, child care falls under this. Foster care, adoption services, so there's quite a list, and I can send that to you all. There's a very good paper done on it, but it's mostly what you're looking at is child care. You're looking at the checks that go directly to families to help with their support monthly, and then also for us, it would be our child welfare with foster care and adoption.
So, like with TANF, like when you say child welfare, like that money would go directly to like foster care families?
No,
Okay.
so TANF are checks that go directly to the family. So people apply for TANF and those checks go to them monthly. But out of that same bucket, we also get TANF dollars. And so that is, that hurts with daycare and things like that. But also, more importantly for DSS, is this SSGB, is the Social Services Block Grant, because that's where we get funding for foster care and adoption. So these are two different things, but so the 10% is the 10% overall to TANF, and then the SSBG grant would be totally eliminated.
Yeah, I think Maggie, if you could, just trying to understand, like at the functionality level, what that would mean for the work that you all do, and if we have any idea how many people, how many children, how many families are we talking about?
I can look into that and see if the state can get us that information. We don't have it for the checks that go directly to the families for TANF, but there might be somewhere at the state I can find that for the county. It's hard to tell with the SSBG grant how that's going to impact us, because that goes through the state and then the state sends it to us. So it's not that we necessarily code things to that grant funding. So that might be a little bit trickier. We just know the overall cost we get is like about 1.2, but where that impact, that 1.2 is, I'm going to have to drill down on that to see if it's more foster care, adoption, or things like that.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Again, it's concerning because we can't locally we can't fill this gap, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so Director Clapp, we're having a very complicated discussion right now. But to our residents, I think it's fair to say that we're witnessing a dismantling of the social safety network
Yes.
in our country.
Yes,
is
we
that
are.
right?
That
so
is absolutely
I think
correct.
our residents would understand that.
Yes.
So that's the crisis point that we're at.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I think our residents need to know that.
Yes, our residents need to know that the ability to pay for food is going to be impacted, the ability to get medication, to get health insurance, to get child care. And how it also is going to affect us as a community is these things are stressors for families. And that's when we do see calls come in more to child welfare and aging and adult services. So yes, that is exactly what we are seeing, is a dismantling of any safety net for our families in a time when it's greatly needed, because I know that my grocery bill has significantly gone up, and I can't imagine what it's going to be like for our families if there are any cuts to SNAP. I don't think SNAP isn't what it should be anyway, and now if we're talking about cutting that back even more, so you're going to have conversations in a home where you're going to have to really start having, can we afford childcare? Then can I afford, to give up my job? Then can I afford food and health insurance? And so that's where, families then stay in crisis, and that's not healthy for the family. It's not healthy for children to grow up in that environment, or for parents. It's very hard to parent in that environment. I'm sorry, I try not to be very doom and gloomy, but we had a rough call with the state today about Medicaid. So we just have to hope that this bill does not pass.
Well, I think it's important that we get that information out.
Yes.
So more information that we put out, I think is best for our residents. And also, I don't think a lot of our residents are really clear, and I think it's already been raised, but I want to say it again, how much the federal government contributes to social services in Durham County.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you.
You're welcome. So this is, we were able to pull a little bit of this from the state, but I'm going to drill down a little bit more for you. But just to look at if the number of children that would be impacted by the 10% cut to TANF would be 3,899 children in North Carolina. And that's about a little over $50 million. So I'll drill down more to see if we can get for Durham itself, but that's just the state overall view of that. I know you all sent the letter, and I appreciate that support. So I know you all are aware of the proposed cuts to SNAP, and I apologize. We say FNS at DSS. We all have our own term for it. So that's Food Nutrition Services, but that's SNAP. So if you hear that, that's where that is. As we know, the proposed cut is by $230 billion. Stricter work requirements and what's currently in place, and age restrictions. Increased penalties, meaning my staff process an application, they process it incorrectly, that's passed on down to the counties, and then the rollback benefit increase. So a couple of years ago, there was a benefit increase. They're talking about rolling that back. So that would cut that. And I just want to say this about when you start to put in work requirements, a couple of things happen. One is that's an added work onto the worker. And so that's also added time for the parent and to get all of that paperwork in. So what happens when you have work requirements that come into play, and the more strict they are, you have families that lose benefits because they're in crisis. They don't have all the paperwork together, or by the time they get it into us, we got to restart the application over. So that means they may not be recertified and lose their benefits, or they may not get their benefits at the start. So those are things that when you think about work requirements, it's not just, it's a lot more complicated than that, because it's also added work on the staff, but then it's a lot of times you're going to have a certain percent and not a small percent that will lose those benefits because of that paperwork. Yes.
Yeah, I'd have a question. So a lot of times when people hear the work requirements, they're thinking, okay, you should work if you're going to get these benefits, okay? So, and then also the paperwork. I think for a lot of residents and myself, understanding, okay, what is the paperwork, right? So if you can explain when the federal government is adding stricter work requirements, what does that mean? Like, okay, you got to work 40 hours a week, or you got to work at least 20 hours a week. Like, what is it that they're trying to do to make this so onerous for people?
Well, at the moment, I just had a call with the state this morning. We don't know. They don't know even what the federal government's work requirements are going to look like. I believe that's going to happen. I think what the federal government thinks with work requirements is that the majority of people who get these benefits do not work, and that's actually incorrect. There's a very small percent that don't, and for valid reasons. They may have a disability, they may not, there may be something going on in their home with childcare, things like that. So there's certain things that you can get waived on with a work requirement. So it's actually a very small percentage of people that do not work. Where this would come into play is just having to prove more, probably more documentation of your work. It probably would be a certain number of hours. So you work this many hours, you get this number of benefits. But at the moment, we don't have the answers on that. The communication, the information has not been shared. But what I will say is that with the work requirements too, is that certain populations you don't have to have, you automatically get waived. Let's say if you are a pregnant mom. So those are what we're also concerned about, are those populations that have been traditionally waived for that, which you would be understanding of somebody possibly in their 8th month of pregnancy not being able to work. How's that going to be impacted? So unfortunately, I don't have all the information to share with what that's going to look like. I can just say it's not going to be a good thing for the community. Just because in time when this has happened, we've seen an increase of people not being able to get the benefits, either timely or get them at all. And so far, the federal proposal is to have states cover a portion of the food benefits cost. Year to date through April, our benefits paid to our families in Durham was almost $59 million. And I did ask the state today, because I knew I was meeting with you all, if they understand what, if they've thought about what they're going to cover, and they have not thought that through yet. I guess they're still thinking that. So I don't have an answer to that of what that'll look like either. The Medicaid and Medicaid expansion with the trigger law. As we know, when North Carolina funded this and passed this, they put in a trigger law. So it means that any act to lower the threshold at which a reduction of the federal Medicaid assistance percentage triggers, we would discontinue the coverage of the Medicaid expansion population. And since someone asked me this today and wasn't where I want to say this, what that looks like if we lose Medicaid expansion is not that no more people will be able to apply and the people who currently have it will continue to get it. Those people will no longer be covered. So I think that there's a story out there that maybe it just means we won't enroll anybody else. That's actually not true. It means the expansion coverage would cease.
And that would be immediately.
Correct.
660,000 people immediately losing their health care, and that's around, 20,000 people in Durham County.
And we have to think that these same people are probably also getting SNAP, and that will be cut, possibly. And then again, with the TANF and the SSBG with childcare, what that will look like to a family. So that's where we're at. I would like to ask a favor. If this does occur, I understand that you all approved 35 positions for us 2 years ago for Medicaid expansion. I thank you for that. I would ask that you give me a minute to assess before we are asked to give those positions up. I understand that I'm going to, of course, if this happens, there will be positions that we will not continue with. But I don't know what this is going to look like with the work requirement and that workload, and I also don't know. They are talking about Medicaid recertifying every 6 months, not every year, and that is going to be a huge lift for counties. We honestly don't know how we're going to even be able to do that, to be honest, around the counties, because recertification for FNS is every 6 months. That is a much easier recertification. Medicaid is lengthy and time consuming. So I do just want to put that out there, that we'll have to reassess what that's going to look like.
I just wanted to say that I agree with Maggie in that perspective. Part of the reason the budget was recommended the way it was, to hold the line in so many areas, because there's so much shifting around us, and the impact of clawing back programs that have been in place for decades will be hard for us to see. And I appreciate you stating that, and I know from my perspective, both for public health as well as DSS, we're just going to have to be very tactical, because there are so many nuances with it.
Thank you. And this is just an overall of what that would look like, the cuts. So again, reducing the 90% match for Medicaid would result in the elimination of Medicaid expansion. And so something else came out, that if there's 3 states, and we're one of them, that because we do allow, we have children and undocumented children and pregnant women that we cover Medicaid for in a timely window. We don't let them wait like other states. They may penalize us for that and may not have it be 90%, but it be 80%. And so, yes. And again, when you cut Medicaid, you're not just cutting people's health insurance, you're also going to hurt the hospitals. Thankfully, Durham is not in a rural area with a hospital that we could lose, but other counties could lose their hospitals that are solely dependent on that. You're talking about job losses around food and nutrition as well, and with Medicaid, people's, will be losing jobs with this as well. So it's an overall impact. It's not just people's health insurance as well. It's going to impact every area.
And our federally qualified health center, Lincoln
Yes.
Community Health Center.
And again, this goes to show that it's 8% that are not working due to retirement or inability to find work or other reasons. So this work requirement is impacting 8%. The rest work full-time, or they don't work due to school attendance, and that's a small, or with disability, or not working due to caregiving. But 44% work full-time. And then the others work part-time or have a waiver, like with going to school. Okay, that's it.
Well, thank you, Maggie, for this presentation. Thank you, Contessa. You all are really, DSS is really, and public health at the very center of this absolute devastating storm that is, unfortunately could very much hit our communities very soon. And as Commissioner Valentine said, this is the dismantling of decades and decades of work in our country to provide some semblance of a safety net. And even what we have today pales in comparison to many other countries in the world. And just from a purely financial and fiscal pragmatic perspective, it doesn't make any sense, because the end result will be more people who are literally on the streets, unhoused, people who are not going to, people's health is going to be compromised, not being able to have access to food. Children are going to be at risk. They're not going to be able to learn. This is our future workforce. We'll have more people in our jails. And there's nothing about it that makes any sense. It's going to be so costly. in the long term to all our local governments, all of our services. It's not smart decision-making at all. Even if you don't care about the fact that it's absolutely cruel and inhuman, and especially when it's being done to finance tax cuts that are basically going to benefit very few people and the wealthiest people in our country. So, again, we have to really ring the alarm for everybody, all of our residents, that they need to voice their concerns and take action. It has to be a collective effort. I think I would just say that we're going to have to be responsive. We'll have to be in crisis response mode. Whatever happens, we know that we will all pull together in Durham County, and we will all problem solve, and we'll come up with the best solutions that we can. I am confident that we will do that. And I really appreciate the work that you have done to strengthen DSS, to prepare us for what may come, because the work that you've done to invest in your staff, the professional development, bringing in best practices, realigning positions, trying to reduce waste in the budget with temporary staff, all of those things you have done are going to really put us in the best position to deal with whatever comes our way. So thank you.
No, you're welcome. I didn't realize that my work when I got here was leading up to this, but I do think it has put us in a good position. And I just met with the staff of Medicaid and FNS last week, and I told them the same thing that you said. I said, no matter what happens, we're going to get through this together. We're going to continue to serve our families, and we're going to make it work as best as we can. So I appreciate that, because at the end of the day, we still have families to serve, and we're going to continue to do that. I just think we need to, as Commissioner Valentine said, people need to know what the impact is. And it's not just as simple as having to lose your insurance, which can be life-threatening, or losing access to food. It impacts your entire family system and structure and community. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome. Any other questions?
Well, I don't have a question, but
Okay.
I want to let you know that you're at the tip of the spear regarding the provision of social services here in the county. And I've had an opportunity firsthand to look at the investment that you're making in your agency, particularly with your senior leaders. So you holding on to the consultant for another year is evidence of that. And so hang in there. We're hanging in there with you.
I know you are.
It's not quite clear what tomorrow's going to bring, but we'll be here to assist you the best way that we can. So,
and I appreciate that. I appreciate the board's support, and I just want to say I appreciate the county manager's support. Every time I've called, she's picked up, and it's just been really nice to work with you. And we all need to have that support right now and support each other. And so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so board members, we have covered the topics for today. The subjects that we've addressed with public health and DSS are among the hardest, I know, for all of us right now. You can't turn on the TV in the morning or at night without seeing the shifts that are happening. And so we collectively will get through it all. Procedurally, we want to give an update as to where we are in process. A couple of administrative items. On Monday afternoon, the district attorney can come and share on a couple of the questions that the board asked. And so we have a light meeting agenda on Monday. And so that afternoon, we can have the DA come at that time that works with her schedule, as well as there was a request for Hayti Reborn to also share, so we could also have that conversation on that time. On that would then take us to on Tuesday, where we would have further board discussions and discuss reconciliations that you may have. We can also have part of that conversation on Monday afternoon as well, as far as areas that the board may want to discuss further. We did have an optional meeting on the 5th, but because of the way this budget was recommended, it's not warranted that we meet on that day. So we would propose that we try to finalize board conversations on Tuesday. And I believe I covered those major administrative issues. There are questions that are outstanding, and we are working through those with the various departments. And with any budget and process, there may be some areas that we miss, but we have the chance to work through those throughout the fiscal year, as we've always done. One other quick note I will bring up, there's a matter that the city manager and I have been talking through, is responsiveness as it relates to some of our homeless community issues. And I will be presenting to the board a request for proposal scenario that would look at trying to address daytime, a pilot for homeless gaps. And it is an issue that we do have some day service activities, but there are some gaps. We can't cover them all because we all see the potential tsunami that's coming in so many spaces. So this is an attempt to cover some gaps, but I'll bring that back when we have that fleshed out a little bit more within the next week or so. So we would initiate the RFP with it being finalized within a 30-day period for a pilot based on best practice. So just wanted to put that placeholder out there, and I am sure in the joint city-county conversations there may be some additional dialogue about joint efforts.
Okay, just to clarify before we go on about the schedule, so just from what you just said, Madam Manager, so the request that I made about the short-term, some of the short-term homeless recommendations, that will come not through the budget work session, but through another presentation?
So for that one, I'm suggesting because we're still refining some of that.
Okay.
So we'll do that through a separate, I'm suggesting that we do that partially through the coordinated joint city-county discussion, but I can come back to the board with that. And I can also have more concrete information on that by Tuesday with what that RFP may look like.
On Tuesday you'll give us an update.
By Tuesday,
Okay.
if not before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, my only concern is that some of the issues around our unhoused population is a crisis now.
Oh, it is. And so what I'm
And,
recommending is that we do it now, so that the RFP happens within the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
And so you'll have a dialogue either in a regular work session or by a communication in writing with next steps, and then you'll see the RFP. So either way, we do plan to address it. Timing-wise, just trying to flesh some things out and not quite ready for that discussion, but knowing that by the first or second week in June, the RFP will be out there.
And then, because there were also some requests for just not very small amounts of funding for some of the funds that have expired.
Yes, and so we'll address that as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah. And I just wanted to see from other board members, were there any other presentations that people wanted to have from anyone related to the budget?
I think mine was Hayti Reborn, and we said the district attorney, and that was about it. Yes.
So, in addition to the discussion with the district attorney, we thought it would be a good idea that the top defense attorney in the county come as well, Dawn Baxton.
Okay, so the public defender. Okay. And I guess the Alliance.
Let me give you an update on Alliance had some schedule conflicts. They will send detailed responses to the questions related to their budget. We can also coordinate for them to present at a later time, even at a regular session. So it was a schedule conflict issue. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I would say I would hope we could get them at our August work session.
Okay. We can definitely plan for that. I think by then they will have greater clarity on some of the movements that are happening legislatively. Of all the entities, I am sure, are working in a tough space right now, sorting through the what-if scenarios. So I think August would be a great time frame. But also do know that staff is closely working with them, and they are having lots of conversations as well with Durham Public Schools as they're strengthening that partnership also.
Okay. And then
I had a question.
Yes, go ahead.
I wanted to know exactly what Alliance Health does with DPS. I know they give a significant amount of funding, so I'm just not really clear as to what they do.
Yeah. That's a great question. We did, that was one of the questions that was farmed out to them to give response to. In their budget for the current year, 24-25, an amount was allocated to support DPS at a increased level than historically done in mental and behavioral health support services. The activities will ensue next fiscal year. They've been working through what that process would look like. And so you will see those desired steps come to fruition in 25-26, if that makes sense. But their responses will flesh that out so that it is clear.
So related to that, then, would it mean that the money
We're gonna
carries
roll,
over?
Yes, ma'am. So that's part of the reason we lowered their budget. Their budget was historically at the $6.5 million level. We decreased it to about the $4.5 million level because of actual expenditures were at $2 million. And so, but we will carry forward the dollars that were allocated for the current fiscal year for several strategic areas, including DPS, into next year's budget. That way, we are not putting more pressure on the current year's budget. I am sure their concern will be, well, what happens in subsequent years, and how do we continue those activities? And that's something that we'll have to collectively work through.
Okay. And then one other area was, I know Commissioner Burton had asked about Museum of Durham History.
And so what we talked about for them is that we will have the Museum of Durham History present at the joint city-county meeting, which is scheduled, I believe, on June 10th. Okay, all right.
And related to that, do you then feel like it's not that much money that we will
Right,
be
so what we taught, there were a couple exchanges. There is a gap between, as with almost everybody's request, between what was asked and what was funded. And so for that particular request, if it is an amount higher than we put in the budget, we could do an amendment at the beginning of the fiscal year to adjust it if the board decides to increase the level of funding for the museum higher than what's right now budgeted, because we did flat funding for them.
Effectively flat funded.
Effectively,
and
yeah.
agreed, it's an agreed upon number by both city admin and management and county management.
All All right, Keith, I'll let you take it away.
There's really not much to take away. To explain, normally around this time we show you an add delete list. It's a shorthand that we use for additional dollars that have been either discussed by the board or some issues that the budget office finds after we produce the manager's recommended budget. And we did find only 2 things so far that are sort of clerical work that we need to adjust. One of them is adding some county funding to pre-K base budget because of some offsetting Article 46 sales. There was just a little confusion on our part. So there's an additional $126,000 in county funding that needs to go to pre-K to hold them whole to the amount that we wanted to budget them at in the recommended budget. We also have a $300,000 revenue that we want to add to the recommended budget that's related to revenue offset for Medicaid transformation in the Office of Emergency Services. So in simple terms, that revenue of $300,000 more than offsets the additional costs that we have. So it's we've got a plus $173,000 that we're going to reduce fund balance as a revenue source to keep the budget in balance. Those are clerical issues, just letting you know. Normally at this time, commissioners have had discussions amongst themselves or with the manager and departments about additional funding issues that you all might have. We have not seen those, and we have not heard discussions, and I'm quite proud of you all to not have had too many adds or deletes to the budget. But I am bringing it up that if this is the last meeting we have in any real terms without discussions on this, the manager's recommended budget will stay as is with just these few changes. That's a 3.5 cent recommended property tax rate increase, unless there's discussion about additional
Keith, don't
funding.
get too excited.
Yeah. Well, now's the time to do it. Okay.
Yes, and thank you for that explanation. Just this is the appropriate time for our board to start discussing, here's something that I really want to see if we can figure out a way to fund, and ideas, creative problem solving types of ideas about, well, what would be some options of something that's maybe in the manager's budget that maybe we would want to provide less funding for and find funding for something else. So this is where the horse trading happens, and a time for everyone to start having a give and take about the things that are priorities for them, and also solutions at the same time. So we'll start with Commissioner Burton.
Thank you. Okay. So one of the things I really want to see if we can fund more of the school's budget. And the reason is because when I read the information that David sent to us, I went through the comments from residents. It was like 350 people who responded. And I did that yesterday, and I just went through every comment that people wrote. And the top things that came up: pay teachers more, fund the schools, EMS, public safety. It was those 3 things. One thing that I'm concerned about is because of the charter cost, that we will not be able to give enough with the teacher supplement, things like that will be lowered. I'm concerned about making sure our kids have good instruction with EC. So I'm willing to, if we can put more money into that line item. Do you want me to give a amount, or how does this work?
Okay. You specifically were saying the EC item?
The EC, and I think if we can give them, if we can get it close to the full ask, I think we should do that. I really think we should give it close to the full ask, but I know that's a significant tax increase. But I think we need to get to that ask as close as possible. And another thing that I heard from the administration today is challenges that DPS has is because parents are opting out for other educational options and trying to stay, for lack of a better word, competitive with offerings, and understanding why we're providing that. So I would like to know, okay, if we did the whole amount, how much of a property tax increase that would be?
Because my question to you, Commissioner Burton, is if you wanted to come up with that, where are you finding that money? What are some things in the budget that you would want to not fund? Are there certain cost areas or something that you would want to take? You know, because there's two approaches. One is to find money somewhere else that's already been allocated in the budget, or I mean, there's only, you know, that's another option. Is there anything in the budget? Yes,
Can I think
you can
about
think
it?
about
Yeah.
it. And I have some ideas, but I was
Yeah.
just going to ask you.
Right.
But
yeah, I mean, I know we talked about Alliance, maybe taking, you know, with the mental health part with Panorama, the things that they were asking for the mental health supports, covering that. Or somehow can we use money from, I don't know, ARPA to maybe fund the pre-K slots. But I just want to see, okay, how much would it be? 1 cent is, okay, 3/4 of a cent?
Is 6.4, half a cent is 4.2. I think to give the schools full funding is $5+ million, so it's somewhere between a half a cent and 3/4 of a cent. To Commissioner Jacobs' point, finding that kind of money in the budget, replacing that with some other funding source, either through lower expenditures or higher revenues, would be an extraordinarily heavy lift. The budget's not easily available $5 million more. I would say that just to say that property tax is largely the one place to go to for that type of significant increase.
Okay. So I see I'll look at right here, but I'm thinking about how can we get closer to that number, particularly with regards to EC and ensuring that people get their pay, that, you know, people get paid, because that's going to be important, especially listening to Director Clapp about how, you know, social services, we're looking at some potential cuts, and where do we get, you know, our kids are safe, things like that. But this is the initial discussion. But now that I see that, I have a better idea. So thank you.
And I would just say also to keep in mind that the impact of doing something like raising taxes are going to have on the community in light of all the other things that we're facing. And if we have to allocate future funding in the middle of the fiscal year for cuts in social services, just thinking about that, our ability to respond and how that will be impacted if we are really pushing. So I just think those are some of the things to think about as well. Commissioner Valentine? And also the EC budget, I just wanted to get that exact amount because I did write it down. I think it was
It was like 1.1 million.
1 point.
Yeah.
1.4?
Yeah, let me go look.
Okay. So would that be your biggest priority if you had to pick one thing?
That would be my priority, is ensuring that is included, yes, because I know how much that's important, yes.
Okay. So 1.4 million for the EC. So I think it's important to know what your priorities are. Okay. Commissioner Valentine.
So thank you, Chair. And so, with respect to priorities, filling in that gap that exists with regards to the funding around pre-K, and we sort of talked offline about that, finding a creative way to fund that. And so, to the extent that those discussions have gone and moved forward, that would be one of my priorities. And so.
And you're referring to the Durham pre-K.
Yes, that's
request,
correct.
and I think there was a gap for that.
It's 1.1 million, something like that.
1.1 million for the Durham pre-K.
Yeah.
And I think the manager may have a
1.3. So we'll
solu-
get the exact number,
a
1.3
solution
million.
related to that, yeah.
We may have a solution to that. We'll circle back on that particular issue. Okay.
And I just want to be clear also with the school's budget, making sure that salary expansion is in there, like where they're asked. And that's why I was like, how can we get to the closest amount? Because I know the charter fee is coming in there too.
Yes, so I believe right now their budget amount would align with what the Senate and House budget scenarios are, if I'm not mistaken. And so the impact for charters would also, that's also captured in their request as well.
Okay, yeah, I'm just looking at what they're, I'm trying to make sure that that gets included. Like I'm trying to make sure that the charter funding doesn't eat up with salary increases. Do you understand?
Well, yeah. So there's it's a formula that we allocate that's apportioned that would allocate the amount for the charters. So if they're full ask, and let me go to that page, and first I gotta get on the right budget. And you know what? It may have been in the supplemental item that's in the folder, in the screen, in the Legistar. But nevertheless,
Wait, is this?
it's formulaic in that the amount that's requested for charters for the salaries, the $1.3 million, that includes what's needed for that component for salaries, as well as the remaining amount that's needed for their additional expansion needs, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. There's their base budget, their continuation budget of $6.3 million was $5 million for salary increases related to state salary, and an additional $1.3 million for those same increases for charter schools. So DPS has already built into their requested numbers the charter school sort of surcharge, for lack of a better term, that they have. Now, if there's expansion needs like the increase in local teacher supplement and things of that nature, we would have to make sure and double check that that has included the surcharge for charter schools on that.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, yes. Thank you.
And I appreciate you, Commissioner Burton, fleshing it out, because there has been some historical reconciliations related to the charter. So I can imagine that maybe the place in which you're coming from, making sure that from what we budget, it is correct. I will say, historically, we formulaically budgeted it properly. How it's applied is on DPS. So.
Anything else, Commissioner?
So I just like to make a comment about, where we are in the budget process generally. So, I mean, I've looked through this budget extensively, trying to find things that could potentially be cut. And I, when I say cut, I mean, so that we can fund something else as opposed to funding that particular line item. And I'm finding some difficulties with that. I mean, quite frankly, I'd like to see the schools get their complete ask, but I don't know how we get there. And I'm not comfortable, particularly in this environment, with going to the taxpayers and say, we're going to ask you to do more. I'm struggling with that. Particularly with not knowing what tomorrow is going to look like in our community with all the changes federally. But if I was going to find some, I would hope it would be go towards community intervention and support services. And so our young people are in crisis around our community. Not exactly sure what that dollar figure would look like. potentially, adding some additional monies into my brother's Keepers program would be something that I would do. But again, what do we cut in the budget in order to make that happen? But that certainly would be one of my additional priorities. So I know that this is the right time, but I'm sure that our discussions will continue, particularly around the schools. If someone has a creative way of, getting us to that full ask, I'm all ears on it. But I don't see how we get there currently. So.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate hearing from everyone. So when I look at, for instance, to start with the DPS ask, so what we know is that the manager's recommended budget does give them an additional $4 million to prioritize, right? So if I look at, I'm just, I probably need staff help on this, but if we look at, for instance, the first thing is the increase the local teacher supplement. And
there's funding in there for that, yes.
Right.
If DPS so chooses to do that.
And if they choose to do it at that amount, or maybe they'll lower the amount of the supplement, but let me just say, I'm just wondering if, I'm just playing around here, so if they chose to do that, plus the bus driver, then you get up to 2.6. Of course, you've got to do the charter on top of that.
20%, yes.
Right. I don't know, I'd be curious, or let's say we started out, and we don't get to make this choice because they're going to make this choice, but I'm just playing around. So if it's, again, the 2.3 for the teacher supplement, and then let's say the local master's pay, which is another, 1.4, and then you add the charter to that, how much is left after that? If somebody can do the math.
7 plus another 700, so you're at 4.3. Apologies. That's probably about 4.3 or 4.4.
Okay,
million
so
we've given them
when you add the
4.
supplement.
Okay, so you're basically, that's taking care of that. So then I'm looking at, well, we know the bus driver supplement is important, so that's 377, and then the other priority, I think, would be, the EC, which is the 1 point, where's the EC? I think that's at the end. Okay, where's the EC amount? Oh, yeah, 1.1. Okay, 1.1. So it's like about 1.4 that we'd be looking for. And I agree that they could take the fund balance for the non-recurring. Really, I do personally, I'm not even looking at the growing together thing at this point. But, so then for me, this is just my own thinking. I'm like, okay, where could we find another 1.4 million at least? And could we possibly see if Alliance could fund the 607 for the social emotional? So that would be one thing I would ask the manager, if you could have a conversation with them.
I think we should not rely on Alliance right now for a gap, to cover a gap, because they are right now saying.
Well, we could increase our direct funding to Alliance.
We could.
For that, then. I think then we don't. That would be a better way to do it.
Well, okay. That is, we will follow up.
Okay, so that's, all right, then that would be another, so then we're looking at $2 million. Where do we find $2 million?
Madam Chair, where will we find that money?
I know, that's why I'm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just
sorry.
throwing out ideas.
Okay, all right.
For me, when I look at the budget, there are two concerns. One concern I have is around the budget for Hayti Reborn. I cannot justify in this climate having the continuation of that funding for a nonprofit that it was a very exceptional circumstance where the county, there was no RFP, we just directly funding operational costs, because of a grant, the federal grant opportunity, that we rose to the occasion to support, and that was 3 years ago, and the understanding was that they would be finding, we said this is not meant to be recurring funding. So originally it was 1.5, this past year 1 million, and so I would feel comfortable, we need to be stepping down from that for a number of reasons, I believe. Number one, because we're pulling back from a lot of folks, and in our own departments even, I don't believe that's something that we can continue doing, especially when we have these other needs. So I'd like to see us be, decreasing that amount accordingly. That would be one place to find some money. I would really like to know how much just doing their bridge program is costing, because that to me seems to be the most impactful thing that the Hayti Reborn is doing. That seems like a fantastic program, and I'd love to know what is the cost of that. If you look at their budget, the information we got last night, thank you to Crystal Harris, if you look at their budget as of March, they still had not spent almost $700,000, and most of their budget is spent for positions and salaries. And again, we're just in a tough situation where we have to make, so that's one place that I want to look. And then the other is, again, is vehicles. We have a very high cost center for vehicles. I know that the flip side is we end up with maintenance costs, but when we're in these very difficult times and we have to decide, do we invest in vehicles or people? That's one that I would want to look at. Is there any way we could do less in that area and be able to shift some money this way? Those were, and I think the manager has some creative ideas around the Durham pre-K, but I don't see a lot of other room in our budget, and I'm also not comfortable with increasing property taxes right now. So further than they are. So that's where I'm at. Mo, you look like you want to speak. Well, we can't hear you. You need the microphone.
When you're talking about vehicles, are you also talking about things like ambulances?
No, I'm talking about not the emergency vehicles. I think it was probably in the office of the sheriff allocation where there was the highest number of vehicles. I don't think there any other department that had, except for EMS, which we know, yeah.
But that's where the bulk of the price is in EMS for vehicles.
Well, anyway, so just to hear from the manager.
Yeah, so what we have heard the board give some guidance of places to explore. Yes. And we'll do that over the next couple of days and follow up on Monday, if not before. The vehicle number may be trickier than one may imagine at first glance. We did reduce a number a couple of years ago, and playing catch up was a costlier amount. So let staff go back and see what we can find, and we will come back. As you know, this is a tight budget. Our departments are doing more. When you look at our population they're serving, and the places where we are investing and expanding, especially in our public safety area, some of those places such as EMS services, we've not kept up as we should, and we should be recommending twice the number. So we will come back. I will also say that the spirit of the conversations today have been helpful, and I'm hopeful for the community also to see as we shift into next year and we look more deeply in what we do and why we do it, that these conversations will continue. They have to. because not sure exactly what Congress will do, but they will do something, and some shifts will occur. So we'll be back on Monday. We'll look at the vehicles, explore a conversation with Alliance, but I don't feel we'll be able to make much headway based on what we've heard right now, where they are, and the other areas that you discussed, and Commissioner Burton.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm clear, on record. So I really want the salary expansion. I know the salaries and benefits increase. That's because we have so many local positions, the schools have so many local positions paid out of local dollars, and you have to cover that with the state. That doesn't go to everybody. It only goes to positions that are paid locally. But the increased teacher supplement, that will go to all certified staff if they're paid regardless on local dollars or state dollars. And then, of course, the master's pay and the bus driver supplement. And I think, and like I said, the exceptional children's funding, and the reason why is because those children need those exceptional children teachers. And you're saying that's going to cost, when you do the math, an extra $2 million?
Well, I'm not good at math, so I think I'd rather let the staff.
Let them do the math, okay.
Yeah, I was just doing that on the napkin, so.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah, but
gotcha.
yeah.
All right.
Keith, I see you paused, and I just want to make sure you have.
We hear 2 million.
Yeah, we have two. Yeah, we hear the 2 million.
Finding 2 million or 1 million.
Is there agreement upon the 2 million number? Not necessarily. I just want to make sure that today that this number. I know there's concern about how do you cover it, but I just want to make sure so that you said 2 million.
Yeah, I would be comfortable saying that too. I mean, with the idea of covering the exceptional children and the bus drivers, assuming the rest can be somehow covered by what we're already the manager's budget. Figuring out where would we find that money in the existing allocations.
I mean, I can certainly go on record and say that that's something that we can explore. You're going to have a difficult task in finding that, but to the extent that we could find that, I could wrap my arms around it.
Sure.
But I'm not sure that that number is something that we can find in the budget without undoing another area that we've made a commitment to in what is already a challenging environment.
Right.
So, but to the extent that we can, yes.
So my main concern, I guess I need to look down here, is that we have everything on the list. So the one is pre-K.
Yes.
The other is public schools, and
yes.
I think with pre-K we may have an approach. We need to do some follow-up, and those were the two. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Staff has direction as far as research and follow-up. All right, thank you.
I tried to get some money from the ABC board. Okay. Well, that if you want to go back and talk to them, because you know that they have a big budget. Yeah. Okay.
They have been on a bit of a building spree, so they're paying. The extra revenue that they're getting is paying some of that debt off, and that's why he said in the future, as the debt on these new buildings gets paid down, then we can probably see a benefit. It's not unlike investing in downtown Durham or Durham, whatever the new. It's like they're investing in these new buildings and new stores that will in turn they've got to pay for them first, and then should see an increase in revenue. I'm not sure it's available to us for 25, 26, but
Okay. Because that's a good 500,000 less that we're that we don't have in our budget.
So we're going to go back and pressure test everything, and we'll come back.
I want to be clear, we have budgeted $2,750,000. That number he showed up on his screen was a different thing. That's a formula that the state law says they have to give to Durham, but they have always given us more than the state formula. So we have budgeted $2,750,000 this year and for next year. So it's not 2.1. They've given us more than 2.1. That was just a subset. A little confusing, I know.
Get that clarification.
Oh, okay, so we're actually counting on them giving us more than they are saying they are going to give us.
Well,
They have given us plus 500, 600,000 over that for the last couple of years as a budgeted number that we knew. Yes.
And so what we'll do the next time they come is make sure we show how we capture it, and that will alleviate that confusion there. Because I was of the same thinking that it was a lower number, but then I remembered we always capture an amount higher than that, and so they're still meeting that.
The ABC board has always been a little resistant to, they don't want to promise the 2.7, the additional amount, but they always will show kind of the formulaic distribution. But to my knowledge, in my 10 years here, they have not, they've always met the target that we have set for them. And it's slowly inched up or stayed flat depending on the year.
Just for clarification, in our proposed budget, what are we assuming at this moment will be the revenue that we get?
$2,750,000.
Oh, okay.
And that's what is budgeted this year, and we're almost at that amount, and we should collect. Usually it's dead on. That's an agreed upon number that usually discussions between management and
Okay.
ABC board are had, and it's like, is this a number?
Okay.
You tried to push them a little bit, I think, on that number, but I didn't hear the ABC manager budge a little bit. I think he was like 2.75 because we've got a lot of debt we're paying for and different things of that.
Okay, well, I'll let you all follow up on that. Thank you. All right. Well,
Madam Chair,
yes.
before you move towards ending the proceedings, let me just say that Hayti Reborn, I would be against us removing any of their requests on equitable grounds. And so I heard you loud and clear, but I just wanted to make sure that I put that on the record.
okay, I'm sorry, and you're clarifying that you...
So I'm against using Hayti Reborn as one of the budget line items that we go to try to get some money.
Okay,
to
so
put
you
into
want
another area.
you want their funding level to be the same that it was last year.
So yes, or what they put in for this year, which is a million, correct? This budget supports $1 million to the Hayti Reborn initiative. Yes.
Yes, sir. They submitted after the budget request a higher number.
Oh, they did? Okay.
We left them. I left them at the same level as previously.
Okay.
Funded. Yes.
I think there's also an issue with that the city isn't what the city's funding level is going to be, because that's something that we jointly funded before.
Do you know what that number is offhand?
So last year, the county funded $1 million for Hayti Reborn in local dollars. The city funded $1 million through their ARPA funding. They have until maybe the end of the calendar year or next year to use all their ARPA dollars. Okay. And so they have not expended all of it, but they will, the city at this juncture did not add additional funding for next year. Okay. So on Monday, when we hear from them, we can get more insight on their budget and their strategies.
All right, fair enough. Thank you.
I just want to say I hear you, Commissioner Valentine, and that's why I said that if we have to raise the property tax slightly more to make sure the schools get what they need. Our kids need good educators on the ground. And when I read what the residents said in that statement, the three things that came up: public schools, EMS, public safety. I hear you about Hayti Reborn, okay? And I understand, but I think our kids need good teachers in those buildings, and that includes EC. And we need to take that into consideration.
Absolutely, and thank you for that.
Okay, great discussion. Really great presentations, and I want to thank everyone for this process. And yes.
There was a communication sent related to one of our fire districts, and we will follow up with information on that, and we'll discuss it Monday, but we'll send a written response. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Valentine, seconded by Commissioner Burton. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And we are adjourned.